Bonjour à tous et merci de votre présence dans cette session. Merci aussi aux sponsors de cet événement qui veillent à la réussite justement de cet événement. Et aussi, vous avez le lien de l'ensemble des communautés qui sont activées pour réussir justement cet événement. La session d'aujourd'hui, c'est comment moderniser un process d'achat grâce à Dynamics 365 Finance et la Power Platform. Et on va voir en fait qu'on va parler de l'expérience de Microsoft. Cette session, cette session est je l'anime, moi, Mehdi El Yassir, Customer Success Manager chez Microsoft, et avec moi Thomas Julié, qui est Technical Specialist. Tu veux dire un petit mot, peut-être Thomas?
Non, donc oui, je travaille chez Microsoft et j'ai passé quelques années côté partenaire sur toute la partie Dynamics 365 Finance and Operation.
Nickel. Et moi, j'ai travaillé pas mal d'années chez Microsoft, côté ERP, côté CRM, Customize, et ainsi de suite. Voilà. Alors, notre sujet, c'est la modernisation justement du processus d'achat, mais on est parti en fait d'un concept qui a été créé dans les équipes Microsoft Finance, où là, les équipes, ils ont travaillé sur Modern Finance.
Longtemps, t'appuies 2 secondes.
Voilà. Où là, en fait, on a travaillé pas mal en fait sur la modernisation, des process internes de Microsoft. On va détailler en fait le process et qu'est-ce qu'on a fait en fait justement pour moderniser cette partie-là et quels sont les résultats surtout aussi de cette modernisation. Et on s'est inspiré en fait d'un ensemble en fait d'actions qu'on a mené en interne chez Microsoft pour se focaliser sur un process bien spécifique qui est l'automatisation d'un process d'achat. Et on va vous détailler avec des présentations à la fin comment on voit, comment on a pu en fait transformer justement ce process avec un ensemble d'outils de la Power Platform intégrés à finance et opération. Alors, tout d'abord, on part d'une idée en fait de notre CFO, qui a vraiment transformé en fait les différents process qu'on a en interne chez Microsoft. Cette transformation est très bien documentée. Vous faites une recherche sur votre moteur de recherche préféré sur Modern Finance Microsoft et vous avez tout un portail qui vous donne pas mal d'idées de comment en interne chez Microsoft on a transformé justement cette fonction. Alors, l'idée de base, c'était de dire, voilà, côté finance, on travaille quand même pas mal de data. Il faut qu'on récupère en fait ces data et qu'on les gère en fait dans un ensemble en fait de process pour arriver en fait à prendre des actions. Tout début, ils ont travaillé sur les données, les récupérer, les mettre dans des data lakes, créer en fait des rapports. Il y a pas mal en fait de tâches manuelles, qui se faisaient et bien sûr en fait des décisions aussi manuelles. Et ça prenait quand même beaucoup de temps pour un certain nombre en fait d'actions. Ils ont commencé par des rapports dans Reporting Services, des rapports fixes, et après ils sont passés en fait à Power BI, qui donne beaucoup plus de flexibilité. Le, le, et aussi, en fait, ils ont travaillé sur la partie automatisation, enfin, d'un ensemble en fait de tâches. Et vous allez voir en fait dans la présentation, enfin, quand on va vous présenter, enfin, dans les outils, enfin, pour plateforme, on va commencer en fait par une analyse en fait de ce qui se passe actuellement, enfin, dans le service, détecter quelles sont les tâches, enfin, qui nous prend, enfin, un maximum de temps. Et une fois qu'on a détecté ça, enfin, on va pouvoir en fait le automatiser, enfin, ou prendre en fait d'autres process, ou changer de process et gérer en fait le changement par la suite. Dans notre système d'information, enfin, on a de l'Azure, enfin, avec pas mal de data, enfin, pas mal d'algorithmes de machine learning, enfin, qui tournent. On a du Dynamics, que ce soit du financier opération, enfin, du Dynamics CRM, de la Power Platform, de l'iBuilder. D'ailleurs, enfin, je l'ai expérimenté il n'y a pas très longtemps, enfin, il y a 3 jours, où j'ai reçu un mail. J'ai un véhicule en fait d'entreprise, et j'ai reçu un mail comme quoi, enfin, j'avais une amende à payer je reçois le mail, enfin, j'ai un petit lien, enfin, je clique, enfin, je tombe sur une Power Apps avec le document PDF qui est scanné et un certain nombre de données, enfin, récupérées via l'iBuilder je devais payer en fait mon amende et informer en fait mon employeur comme quoi en fait j'ai payé directement dans la Power Apps. Et ça en fait c'était, enfin, j'ai vécu aussi avec l'expérience, l'ancienne expérience, qui était, je reçois en fait le mail avec le PDF, je devais payer en fait l'amende et après faire revenir par email, enfin, pour informer, enfin, comme quoi en fait j'ai payé. Et ça, ce process-là, enfin, c'était manuel, enfin, il fallait, je recevais en fait des emails, enfin, et je répondais en fait des emails. Et ça, enfin, ça permet déjà en fait de réduire le temps en fait de traitement d'un certain nombre de process. Alors, quel est le framework en fait justement, enfin, qui a été utilisé, enfin, pour accélérer, enfin, pour justement automatiser, enfin, le process. Avant, en fait, il y avait pas mal il y avait pas mal en fait de tâches à gérer. Enfin, il y avait pas mal d'expertise transactionnelle. Enfin, où, il fallait saisir des informations, suivre en fait des emails, suivre enfin, un certain nombre de lignes. Il y avait une réflexion plus opérationnelle et avec de la formation interne, enfin un process de change, enfin, en interne. On a travaillé enfin, sur une réflexion analytique parce il y a pas mal en fait de tâches enfin, qui ont été automatisées enfin, et du coup enfin, ça a libéré du temps à des process euh, plus analytiques enfin, ou stratégiques. Tout ce qui est transactionnel enfin, est géré dans la Power Platform. Il y a pas mal de Power Apps, il y a pas mal de Power Automate et après, enfin, ça nous laisse le temps enfin, influencer, négocier, gérer des projets enfin, divers enfin, dans la fonction finance. Là, c'est le résultat en fait justement enfin de cette automatisation. Enfin, on voit en fait la courbe verte, enfin qui est le chiffre d'affaires en fait de Microsoft et en bas en fait le nombre d'employés finance chez Microsoft. Et là, enfin, on voit clairement enfin qu'avec pratiquement en fait le même nombre d'employés, enfin, on arrive à gérer pas mal enfin, pas mal de changements. Là, enfin, on voit le chiffre d'affaires, mais enfin, il y a eu des transformations de Microsoft enfin, en termes de business model. Enfin, on passe d'un business model où on vendait en fait de la licence à un business model cloud, enfin, qui est beaucoup plus complexe à gérer qu'avant. Enfin, on a en fait le Covid, enfin, avec le travail à distance. Enfin, du coup, enfin, un certain nombre en fait d'éléments enfin, qui ont complexifié justement, mais enfin, on arrive en fait à gérer justement tous ces passages avec un nombre d'employés enfin, qui est assez constant. Alors, les défis enfin, qu'on va avoir, enfin, c'est les données, l'utilisation enfin, des systèmes anciens, enfin, même chez Microsoft, on a aussi enfin, des systèmes anciens hein, enfin, qu'on maintient et du coup enfin, il faut automatiser enfin, des process manuels. Voilà, il y a la réglementation enfin, qui change, le travail à distance. ça, enfin, un certain nombre en fait de défis, enfin, qu'on a tous les jours. Et on s'est focalisé, enfin, sur 5 éléments, enfin, principaux pour justement l'automatisation. Enfin, premièrement, enfin, l'analyse des rapports, enfin, Power BI à fond dans l'ensemble en fait des services. La stratégie prévision, enfin, c'est de l'IA pure dans Azure. L'automatisation des process, enfin, c'est ce qui nous concerne enfin, dans cette session. On va avoir enfin, de la RPA, enfin, on va avoir du Power Automate, enfin, on va avoir pas mal enfin, des chatbots. Tout ce qui est gestion enfin, de risque et aussi enfin, la productivité personnelle. Là, en fait, on s'est focalisé sur ces 2 sujets enfin, pour cette session, automatisation des process métiers et productivité personnelle pour justement vous proposer enfin, l'utilisation enfin, de la Power Platform enfin, pour résoudre cette équation d'automatisation de process achat.
Ok, merci Mehdi. Donc du coup, si on passe sur justement le process en lui-même, alors on va avoir, Mehdi va faire une démo hein, sur ce sujet. Ensuite, on va avoir tout au long du process, on a un process advisor en fait, qui est géré dans Power Automate.
C'est ça.
Euh, et donc qui va nous permettre de voir où on est dans le process, les temps de suivi des différentes étapes, et ainsi de suite. Je vais vous avez quelques captures d'écran et Mehdi fera une démo dessus. Sur la partie fournisseur, on a une Power App qui va nous permettre de voir la facture et de la récupérer. Donc, une facture, elle peut être en PDF, en XML, en image, la recevoir par mail. On va en parler après dans la partie réception. Il y a un chatbot fournisseur qui permet de faire des échanges sur des informations justement des fournisseurs qui sont dans mes différents systèmes. Voilà, sur la partie réception, du coup, bah, on peut la recevoir par email, par EDI. On peut l'intégrer via des flux EDI ou via une prise de photo avec la Power Apps, pardon, une Power Apps, ou des scans de documents. On va ensuite archiver ce document selon le format par lequel il est arrivé. Et ensuite, on va gérer avec iBuilder sur la partie reconnaissance. On va gérer des reconnaissances, un OCR en gros, de reconnaissance de documents et du contenu du document surtout. Il y a des pistes d'audit à chaque fois, on suit où on en est, donc entre le Process Advisor et l'audit via Dataverse. Sur la vérification automatique, pardon, il y a du Power Automate qui permet d'aller à chercher des informations sur différents systèmes. On pourrait, on pourrait penser par exemple à aller chercher des systèmes, et Mehdi va le montrer tout à l'heure, sur du société.com, mais on pourra avoir des systèmes plus génériques comme un Bodac ou ce genre de choses. Une fois qu'on va avoir tous ces éléments qu'on aura récupérés en termes de contenu et vérifiés, on va créer la facture dans Finance, dans Dynamics 365 Finance. Et puis là, on va, si nécessaire, voir s'il y a des gestions d'exception. En fonction des gestions d'exception, bah, il y a toute une collaboration qui va se mettre en œuvre, soit via Teams, via le Dataverse, via un chatbot, via des échanges avec le fournisseur. Tout ça peut se faire dans des Power Apps. Et une fois que tout ça est compilé et que les différentes exceptions sont résolues, bah, on a les étapes de validation. Alors bien sûr, il y a de la notification à tous les étages avec Power Automate. Et sur le process de validation, bah, une fois que l'approbation est faite, et vous allez le voir, on peut la faire directement du coup dans Teams. L'approbation se fait rapidement dans le Teams de la comptabilité, enfin des utilisateurs de la comptabilité fournisseur par exemple. Eh ben, on peut valider et rapprocher la facture et donc la comptabiliser. Et ensuite, l'étape de paiement de cette facture comptabilisée se fait dans Finance directement. Voilà, on a essayé de mettre en détail quelques technologies, en image quelques technologies sur slide. Donc, le Process Advisor, on va passer très rapidement parce que Mehdi va faire une petite démo juste derrière. Donc vous avez un centre d'administration Power Platform et donc Mehdi va vous expliquer bientôt, prochainement là, juste après, sur la partie de l'analyse de tout ce process. Sur la partie fournisseur, donc on a du stockage de données dans Dataverse. Même chose, Mehdi va passer dessus. On a ce stockage de données qui est dans Dataverse et qui est visible, intégrable, bien sûr, à tous les étages, hein. On peut tout intégrer dans Teams dorénavant. Donc, c'est vraiment le plus, hein. On a notre Teams qui est notre espace central où on peut aller chercher les différentes informations, que ce soit sur des Power Apps, sur le chatbot, sur les cards qui arrivent. Et on a un chatbot Power Virtual Agent. Alors, il peut être à différents niveaux. On en parlait. Donc là, c'est au niveau fournisseur, par exemple. On peut aller chercher des informations fournisseurs dans le système et en fonction de ce que va me demander, de ce que je vais demander à mon chatbot, eh ben, il va me ramener les différentes informations, m'aider à accéder aux différents contenus, aux différents éléments enregistrés, et notamment une facture, par exemple, ou alors les données du fournisseur. Sur la partie archivage, donc on va l'intégrer et dans mon Teams, je vais pouvoir intégrer toutes les factures qui sont arrivées et je vais les avoir intégrées soit sur du OneDrive, soit sur du SharePoint. Et dans un channel Teams, je vais pouvoir afficher toutes ces factures donc, qui seront archivées sur un espace Cloud Microsoft. Sur la partie reconnaissance de caractère, du coup, on vous le disait, il y a la partie iBuilder et je vous invite donc du coup à aller sur la session détaillée de Mehdi qui va rentrer un petit peu plus dans le détail. Juste pour vous montrer, on a deux types de modèles. On a des modèles pré-entraînés et des modèles custom. Et donc aujourd'hui, vous le voyez, iBuilder nous permet avec ces modèles-là, d'aller chercher des informations. Par lesquels aujourd'hui on était obligé d'aller souscrire à des OCR, des solutions d'OCR. Aujourd'hui, Microsoft l'intègre et avec cet AI Builder, on progresse de jour en jour. Sur la partie vérification automatique, on va se servir du connecteur Dynamics 365 Finance justement pour créer, une fois qu'on a récupéré toutes les informations et qu'on les a vérifiées, même chose, Mehdi va faire un petit point sur la partie chatbot, sur la partie Power Automate, excusez-moi, RPA. Une fois qu'on a toutes ces informations et qu'on les a compilées, eh ben, on va venir les intégrer via le connecteur Dynamics 365 Finance et je vais pouvoir dans mon Teams, visualiser toutes les factures qui ont été enregistrées à ce moment-là dans mon système. Je vais pouvoir les visualiser directement en fond de mon Teams. Et puis, par exemple, voilà, rentrer dessus, voir le détail, voir mes lignes de facture, et ainsi de suite. Sur la partie validation, du coup, on a aussi amélioré le système d'approbation par les approbations de Power Automate et l'app approbation qu'on peut intégrer là aussi dans Teams. On a une visualisation globale de toutes les approbations et je peux à ce moment-là venir approuver facture par facture. Et je vois les approbations de factures qui me sont envoyées en notification par mail une fois que cela a été fait et ou pour approuver justement ou pour rejeter. Une fois que cette approbation a été faite, et ben, cette information est toujours visualisable dans Teams en tâche de fond et je vois mes documents financiers. Si je suis comptable, je vois directement mes pièces comptables. Voilà. Pour la partie process et détail des technologies, je vais repasser la main à Mehdi qui va passer en présentation. Tu peux peut-être activer ton micro, ce sera peut-être plus audible.
Ouais.
Je vais désactiver le mien.
Ouais. J'active mon micro. C'est bon. Ouais, c'est bon. Nickel. Alors, je partage mon écran pour démarrer par la première étape justement de cette analyse, qui est le process advisor. Le process advisor, c'est ce qu'on va avoir en fait ici dans Power Automate. C'est une solution qui va nous permettre d'analyser en fait un certain nombre de process. Ouais, je ferme juste cet écran. Qui va nous permettre d'analyser en fait un process. On a deux typologies en fait de données qui vont nous permettre d'analyser ce process. Soit en fait on a un enregistreur en fait de tâches. On demande en fait à l'utilisateur qui fait par exemple la saisie de la facture, la validation de la facture ou autre, d'enregistrer les différentes tâches, les différents clics qu'il va faire dans cette action. Et du coup, on va réorganiser en fait justement ces tâches. Le permet. Je ne rentre pas vraiment dans le détail, mais vous avez en fait d'autres sessions qui rentrent plus en détail. Mais là, en fait, l'idée, c'est j'ouvre finance et opération, j'ouvre l'enregistreur, je commence à cliquer, à la fin, en fait, j'ai un fichier. Je peux partager justement ce projet d'enregistrement avec un autre d'autres utilisateurs pour voir aussi comment eux ils font pour saisir les factures. Et après, on agrège l'ensemble des datas dans le process advisor. On a aussi la possibilité d'intégrer des datas via Power Query. Et typiquement, s'il y a un process typiquement de calculer quelle est la date en fait de création de la facture, la date de traitement, de validation de la facture, et après on a la date du paiement. Ça aussi, c'est des tâches ou des activités qui sont où on a en fait l'information dans les différents systèmes d'information, typiquement dans finance et opération. On a la date de facture, on a la date de validation et on a la date de paiement. On peut récupérer ces données ou ces activités directement dans finance et opération via Power Query. Maintenant, qu'on a ce process, on va analyser ce qui se passe. On va analyser à quel moment on a démarré, quelles sont les tâches, on va faire de la saisie de la facture, on va confirmer le paiement, on va faire du remboursement. Et là, en fait, on a un ensemble d'activités, un ensemble de tâches qu'on fait dans un process. Là, on a analysé 113 cases, 113 process qu'on a analysé en fait dans ce process. Et ça nous permet en fait de détecter quelles sont en fait les tâches qui nous coûtent le plus en termes de temps. Et du coup, là, typiquement, un remboursement avec numéro de document spécial, c'est vraiment la tâche qui nous coûte le plus de temps à traiter. On peut aussi faire des filtres selon les datas en fait qu'on a. Le process advisor permet de récupérer en fait plein de data et on peut filtrer pour voir peut-être c'est une filiale qui a un petit peu plus de temps à traiter. Du coup, on détecte. Et une fois qu'on a détecté les process à automatiser, là on passe à l'étape en fait d'automatisation. Alors l'étape d'automatisation, là on bascule en fait dans Power Platform, mais Power Platform d'une manière plus élargie. Et là, justement, dans ce process d'achat, on a besoin dans le process de récupérer un certain nombre de données, que ce soit en fait des données de traitement dans le process, ou des données d'extraction par exemple de données de la facture, et pouvoir en fait pouvoir les conserver, pour pouvoir les analyser par la suite, pour pouvoir accélérer un certain nombre de traitements par la suite. Et du coup, on a déjà un espace de stockage des données qui nous permet à n'importe quel moment d'avoir en fait de stocker en fait la donnée. Et là, typiquement, enfin, ce que j'ai fait, j'ai tout simplement en fait créé une table, enfin, de process de facture, enfin, avec les lignes, les en-têtes. Là, il y a un process, un business process flow, enfin, qui me permet en fait de traiter les différentes étapes de process et le fichier en fait de fournisseur. Là, ça me permet déjà, enfin, d'avoir un socle, enfin, pour récupérer l'ensemble des données de mon process, enfin, pour pouvoir à n'importe quel moment, enfin, quand j'ai besoin d'informations, enfin, de pouvoir en fait la traiter. Là, enfin, il y a pas, enfin, c'est un espèce de stockage. Là, j'ai choisi en fait Dataverse, mais on aurait pu en fait choisir, enfin, Dynamics, enfin, ou autre élément. Enfin, Dataverse, enfin, c'était le système, enfin, le plus simple à faire. Alors, première étape, enfin, qu'on a, enfin, ou plutôt, enfin, un des éléments, enfin, sur lequel, enfin, on s'est focalisé justement pour automatiser en fait ce process, c'est traiter justement, enfin, les documents, enfin, qui arrivent. Et là, on a un process de documents, enfin, quand il arrive en fait dans OneDrive, enfin, ou dans SharePoint, enfin, il n'y a pas de, on a les deux connecteurs, enfin, on peut faire en fait les deux possibilités, mais ça peut être un document, enfin, qui arrive d'un email. Et là, en fait, on va, une fois, enfin, qu'on a récupéré, enfin, ce document, enfin, on va pouvoir déjà le passer dans iBuilder pour pouvoir traiter les documents. Et c'est ce qu'on voit en fait dans cette étape-là, enfin extraire les informations de la facture. Avant, en fait, on avait un moteur, enfin, qui permet d'entraîner le moteur sur des formulaires, enfin, type facture, mais les entraîner manuellement. Aujourd'hui, enfin, on a un moteur, enfin, qui permet d'extraire les informations d'une facture avec un modèle qui est pré-entraîné par Microsoft. Pour l'instant, enfin, on traite les factures en anglais, mais on a dans notre backlog enfin, le fait de traiter, enfin, d'autres langues par la suite. Juste avant, en fait, justement, de traiter cette facture, je vais notifier le fait que j'ai réceptionné en fait la facture. Une fois, enfin, j'ai réceptionné en fait la facture. Enfin, je vais aussi, enfin, je vais créer en fait un enregistrement. Enfin, et je vais créer en fait une activité pour dire voilà, enfin, la facture, enfin, a été réceptionnée. Je vais passer la reconnaissance, enfin, de la facture et je vais enregistrer en fait cette reconnaissance. Enfin, je vais mettre à jour en fait mon table. Enfin, et je vais renseigner, enfin, le fait que à telle date il y a cette facture, enfin, qui a été créée. Là, en fait, je peux informer par email. Enfin, c'est un process, c'est un choix, hein, mais on peut très bien, enfin, imaginer, enfin, pas mal de scénarios, enfin, où je vais passer peut-être par une création, enfin, d'une facture en attente dans finance et opération. Enfin, et là, on a le connecteur, enfin, direct, enfin, avec la création en fait des lignes et après, enfin, stockage en fait de cette facture dans un autre répertoire et pouvoir aussi, enfin, le notifier dans Dataverse et pour garder en fait l'information et aussi, enfin, le notifier dans Teams avec une adaptive card. Alors maintenant, enfin, si je passe en fait dans Teams, enfin, pour voir, enfin, ce qu'il a fait. Là, enfin, ce qu'on a fait, c'est on a pris, enfin, une équipe finance, enfin, dans Teams. Enfin, on a un channel facture fournisseur. Une fois que le document est traité, bah, je reçois en fait cette adaptive carte qui me donne les informations de la facture avec la possibilité, enfin, d'afficher la facture, enfin, et d'accéder directement à OneDrive, enfin, ou à SharePoint pour le stockage, enfin, et visualiser en fait ma facture. Teams, enfin, me permet aussi d'accéder en fait à un chatbot. Et là, en fait, je vais avoir mon chatbot finance. Alors, le chatbot, enfin, c'est très intéressant. Enfin, quand on veut, typiquement, enfin, enfin, libérer un certain nombre de personnes, pour répondre à des questions type où se trouve en fait le statut de la facture fournisseur X, quoi. Et du coup, je peux très bien, je sais pas, facture achat. Là, je vais faire en fait, je demande en fait à cette facture, je sais plus ce que j'avais paramétré. Ah oui, facture d'achat. Du coup, vous souhaitez avoir des informations sur un fournisseur. Quel est le numéro en fait de la facture? Là, je mets en fait le numéro de la facture. Et là, en fait, il va me permettre de voilà, le statut de la facture est en cours d'approbation. Est-ce que, ça a répondu en fait à votre question? Ok, très bien. Je vais mettre 4, pour la satisfaction. Et là, il me permet aussi, est-ce que vous souhaitez, poser d'autres questions? Voilà. Et là, je peux aussi accéder, à des procédures en fait internes. Typiquement, je veux, je référencer mon fournisseur. Et là, pareil, en fait, il va me permettre en fait je sais plus, ce que j'avais mis, j'ai pas très bien paramétré tous les éléments. Bon, ok. Là, vous avez vu en fait, on peut très bien, avoir d'autres procédures, internes, et le chatbot va pouvoir en fait justement, répondre à un autre, à un autre à la procédure, et répondre directement en fait aux utilisateurs. Ce qu'on peut avoir aussi, dans Teams, c'est aussi, toute la procédure en fait d'approbation des factures. Alors, je vais passer sur ici. Et là, on va avoir en fait toute la procédure, une fois, qu'on a lancé en fait une procédure d'approbation, on va avoir l'approval, et la possibilité d'accéder en fait à la facture enregistrée. Et là, en fait, c'est si j'accède, je vais avoir en fait une Power Apps, tout simplement, qui va me permettre d'identifier tous les éléments, qui sont passés justement, sur cette facture. À quel moment, elle est arrivée, à quel moment il a été archivé, à quel moment elle a été envoyée en approbation. Et à chaque fois, qu'il y a un élément, en fait, une tâche, en fait, dans le process. Là, vous voyez, à droite, en fait, l'ensemble, pour cette facture-là, il y a une réception, voilà le fichier, qui a été récupéré. On l'a passé dans iBuilder, pour le traitement, en fait, de cette facture. Voilà, en fait, les données, qu'on a extrait. L'archivage s'est fait, à tel moment. Là, on a, tous les éléments, de la facture. On a aussi, un process, qui nous permet, de passer. Et là, je vois en fait que cette facture, on a récupéré en fait la facture. On a récupéré aussi, le pourcentage de confiance de iBuilder par rapport à l'extraction justement en fait des données, du PDF. Et là, on peut très bien automatiser en fait notre process, selon la confiance, ou le score en fait de confiance de l'algorithme de réception. On récupère aussi en fait les lignes de cette facture pour pouvoir in fine retrouver en fait la facture dans finance et opération. Alors, je ne sais pas si j'ai oublié en fait une tâche, et là on retrouve en fait la liste de l'ensemble en fait des factures, qu'on a traitées.
Clique sur charger la demande.
Ah, pardon. Voilà. Là, en fait, on récupère l'ensemble en fait des factures, qu'on a récupérées depuis en format PDF. On a passé, des tâches automatiques. On a passé aussi la tâche en fait l'élément, que j'ai pas montré en fait dans le process. Je vais le montrer très rapidement, parce qu'on a utilisé aussi, la partie RPA. dans la vérification en fait du fournisseur. Et là, dans la vérification de fournisseur, on se connecte à société.com, on renseigne en fait le nom pour récupérer le numéro de sirène, et après, à partir en fait du numéro de sirène, on se connecte à Finance et Opérations pour récupérer les informations de la facture. On peut imaginer, en fait plein d'autres automatisations. Et là, au lieu que l'utilisateur clique, ouvre en fait son browser et sélectionne en fait le nom de l'entreprise dans société.com, récupère manuellement en fait tous ces éléments-là. Tout ça, en fait, on le fait manuellement. Là, ici, dès qu'il y a une ligne qui a été rajoutée dans Dataverse, là, en fait, je lance une vérification de numéro de sirène dans société.com. Et là, en fait, avec un système de clics, je vais pouvoir récupérer les informations et aller chercher en fait l'information dans Finance et Opérations. Et après, je vais mettre à jour le numéro de fournisseur directement dans Dataverse pour checker justement que ce fournisseur est bien référencé avec le bon numéro de série. Voilà, j'ai à peu près tout montré. La partie iBuilder, je vais la montrer dans une session en fin de matinée. Je crois que c'est à midi.
Justement, là, sur iBuilder.
Ouais.
Parce qu'il y a des modules langue et devises qui permettent de lire les factures dans différentes langues et devises.
Alors, pour l'instant, on a... Il y a deux sujets. Je vais ouvrir en fait
On peut dire aujourd'hui, c'est officiel, sur Doc Microsoft, sur la partie modèle aujourd'hui, il n'y a que les factures américaines qui sont prises en compte sur le modèle pré-entraîné.
Ouais, c'est ça. Alors, ici, sur...
comme tu l'as dit, dans le backlog, il y a des choses.
Voilà. En fait, dans iBuilder, on va avoir deux sujets en fait sur les factures. On a le form processing. Le form processing, c'est quoi? Ça me permet en fait de prendre des formulaires. Ça peut être des factures, ça peut être des formulaires, je sais pas, des amendes, ça peut être tout type de formulaire et détecter manuellement où se trouvent en fait les différentes informations. Entraîner en tout cas le process manuellement. D'accord? Et après, on a des modèles qui sont pré-entraînés. Et dans les modèles en fait pré-entraînés, on va avoir typiquement la réception en fait des notes de frais, les notes de frais, et on va avoir le invoice processing, qui est le traitement en fait de la facture. Là, en fait, pour ces modèles-là, les 9, 10, 11 modèles, ça, c'est des modèles qui sont prêts à l'emploi, pré-entraînés par Microsoft. D'accord? Et là, en fait, dans le invoicing processing, pour l'instant, c'est des factures en anglais, mais bientôt en français. Voilà. Là, en fait, sur le form processing, on traite plusieurs langues. On l'a annoncé en fait dans la version d'octobre. On peut traiter en fait plusieurs langues dans iBuild.
Moi, je vais répondre à la question sur l'utilisation de Power Automate pour l'approbation et le workflow des 225. Là, dans cet exemple-là, il est uniquement fait dans Power Automate. C'est un choix pour ce flux, mais on pourrait tout à fait connecter Power Automate via les entités aux éléments de workflow et catcher les différents éléments de travaux, les différentes étapes et ou valider l'approbation du workflow dans FNO à partir de Power Automate.
Là, en fait, on va utiliser les business events dans Finance et Opérations. dès qu'il y a un événement, qui se passe dans Finance et Opérations, on le détecte et on fait en fait notre flux, dans Power Automate. Et on gère en fait l'approbation, le processus d'approbation dans Power Automate.
Ouais, le but c'est
Ouais.
aussi potentiellement d'aller vers une simplification des processus par rapport aux données que je vois sur l'écran sans rentrer dans un rapprochement commande facture détaillé. Donc c'était vraiment de montrer la simplification qu'on a avec Power Automate et Power Apps, avec toute la Power Platform en fait. Et donc du coup c'est volontaire de pas aller dans le workflow des 65, mais on peut complexifier à raison.
Parce qu'on a accès en fait de toute façon aux events du workflow.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions?
Très bien. Alors je crois pas qu'il y a d'autres questions. On en a une. Alors, donc, est-ce qu'il y a une différence entre Power Automate et la notion de RPA au sens large?
Bonne question. Alors, le RPA, en fait, c'est un composant en fait de Power Automate. D'accord, ça fait partie en fait de Power Automate. En fait, la RPA, ce qu'il fait, c'est principalement, imiter, des clics pour automatiser, des tâches manuelles. Et en fait, ce que j'ai montré tout à l'heure, dans quel process, je sais plus, c'était là, c'est on va enregistrer justement la tâche manuelle avec et d'ailleurs on va le faire là. Là ici en fait j'ai le Power Automate Desktop où là j'ai enregistré en fait des tâches manuelles. J'ouvre j'ouvre le browser sur société.com, je renseigne Microsoft.com où je renseigne en fait ce qui est entré, l'entrée en fait de cette tâche, je fais la recherche et après, je récupère le numéro de sirette que je mets ici en fait en sortie. Une fois que j'ai ça, je vais l'intégrer dans le process complet ici dans Power Automate. Avec j'ai modifié là en fait je remets en fait le port l'input que j'ai dans mon process dans le process en fait de mon desktop. C'est-à-dire une fois que j'ai récupéré l'information qui provient du PDF sur le nom du fournisseur, je vais lancer manuellement sur une machine l'exécution du browser, l'accès en fait au site société.com, la saisie manuelle du nom du fournisseur, la récupération du numéro de série, le numéro de sirène, et une fois que j'ai récupéré le numéro de sirène, je vais mettre en fait le Dataverse par la suite. Et du coup, RPA, ça fait partie. Et ça, c'est en fait juste un petit point. Là, en fait, la partie desktop, elle est gratuite pour l'ensemble des utilisateurs de Windows. Du coup, vous pouvez automatiser autant de choses que vous voulez avec cette partie-là, Power Automate, RPA, Power Automate Desktop. Par exemple, l'exécution de rapports dans Finance et Opérations, la récupération de fichiers Excel, ainsi de suite.
Super, très bien. Eh bien, écoutez, merci à vous, messieurs. Je pense qu'on n'a pas d'autres questions. Non. Eh bien, écoutez, merci à vous de votre participation et de votre présentation.
Aux participants.
All right,
Yeah,
it's about
you can
time.
go. Yeah, thank you.
We can get started. All right, so welcome everyone to the Power Platform Friends Summit. We would like to thank our sponsors. Without their generous support, the conferences like this are not possible. So we will really appreciate if you can check if they are there in person, check their respective booths. And if you are joining us virtually, then check their links and find more about their services and product offerings. These are the social media links about the Power platform French community. You can use to follow them to get the latest and greatest updates about upcoming events and conferences. The title of this talk is Battle Royale, Azure Logic Apps versus Microsoft Power Automate. So who am I? My name is Prashant Bhoyar. I was born and raised in India, came to United States in 2007 for studies. I am University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 65. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. area of United States, and pre-COVID-19 pandemic, we used to organize a lot of in-person community conferences. Ever since the pandemic has started, we have converted all our conferences to virtual only. So if you are interested, you can check the information about the latest and greatest information about upcoming conferences by going to azurecloudevents.com. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and since 2017, I am also recipient of Microsoft MVP Award. Now, those of you who are not familiar with Microsoft MVP Award, I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contributions via various methods. And these technical contributions can be in the form of writing books, writing blog posts, creating videos on YouTube, providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group, or answering people's questions on various public forum, or contributing to the open source project. And this award is typically valid for 12 months only. And after 12 months, you have to submit for renewal. So currently, I work as cloud solution architect at AIS, where I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use variety of the products and services that are there in Microsoft ecosystem, such as Microsoft Power Platform, Microsoft 365, SharePoint Teams, Azure AI, and bots. And I work at AIS Reston, Virginia headquarter office, and AIS has presence in US, UK, Canada, and India. So if you or anyone in your network is looking for a change in any of these countries, then we have lots of openings, and definitely check out the openings on AIS.com. So AIS has been the Microsoft Partner of the Year award on multiple occasions, and we are providing services in Microsoft ecosystem from last 40 years. So this is going to be the agenda for this talk. We will give you, I think majority of you may be already familiar with what Microsoft Power Automate is, but in case you are just starting with Power Platform, I will give you maybe a 1 or 2 minute introduction of this product. Same thing we will do with Logic App. And the majority of the time you'll be spending today is talking about the key differences between Power Automate and Logic Apps. We'll also talk about how we can extend a Cloud Flow or Microsoft Flow using a Logic App, key takeaways in Q&A. So feel free to ask questions using the Teams. You can use the feature raise your hand, and also you can just unmute yourself if you can, or just paste the question in the chat window. Unfortunately, I don't have two screens, so I will try my best to monitor the chat window. So let's talk about what is Power Automate. So Power Automate is one of the services that is there in Microsoft Power Platform. And Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code platform that spans across Dynamics 365, Microsoft 365, Azure, and standalone application. And we use Power Automate for automation, and we can implement a lot of different scenarios, like automation scenarios using Power Automate. So Power Automate help us to do automation at scale. It is seamless, and we can do secure integration between multiple products and services. It helps to accelerate productivity, and also it helps to add intelligent automation. There are more than 300 connectors are there. Using that, you can pretty much implement automation for majority of the SaaS services, Microsoft services, and also you can build your own custom connector. So what does that mean is, if you have any proprietary or legacy system that is working in your in-house, and you are not comfortable exposing that over the public cloud, or you can create a custom connector where once that custom connector is set up and installed properly, you can use that custom connector to build automation using Power Automate. There is a growing list of template libraries there. I highly recommend you to start using templates, especially if you are new to this product, because template will give you an idea. If I had to implement this automation, what kind of steps I had to use and what kind of action I had to use in my cloud flow. However, once you become proficient with this product, I highly recommend not to use template, and I have my own reasons for it. The reason is, if you are really familiar with this product and if you still using templates, what happens is a lot of time there is a new version of a particular action comes, and templates typically don't get updated that quickly. For example, let's say your template is using a send email action, and there is a latest version available in Power Automate. If you go with template, your template may be still using the older version of that action. So these are small things you will find. So in that case, what you can do is you can use two screens, and one screen you can just quickly create a template. And in second screen, where you'll actually creating your flow, you take the reference of the template and then implement your business logic using the latest actions that are out there. Now let's talk about what are Azure Logic Apps. So Azure Logic Apps help us to do pretty much the same thing that we can do with Power Automate. That means we can schedule automation, we can implement automation on a certain trigger events. We can also build business processes. It is a de facto workflow engine in Microsoft Azure, and it is built on serverless principle and containerized runtime. And just like Power Automate, Logic Apps can also scale up automatically to meet the demand. One of the key advantages of going with Logic Apps, you don't have to worry about underlying infrastructure. You just go to the Azure portal, create your Logic App, and start implementing your automation. Just like Power Automate, there are many connectors available for on-premises and for cloud, and everything begins with the trigger. So at this point, if you see the description of these two services, Power Automate and Logic Apps, they pretty much sound similar, right? There's not much a change. So let's see how these two products are connected with each other. So Microsoft Azure is Microsoft's public cloud offering. And inside that, we have Logic Apps, which is a workflow engine that we can use to implement automation. Now, Power Automate or Cloud Flows are actually built on the top of Logic App. So Logic Apps and Power Automate or Cloud Flows share the same runtime, and they also share the designer as well. There are a lot of actions and triggers which are pretty much identical in Logic Apps and Power Automate. However, ever since Power Automate was launched in 2016, and since then, Microsoft has added a lot of different features that are only unique to Power Automate. That's why you see here, there is an overlap of features between these two products, but this product also has their own unique features which are not available in other product. For example, Power Automate has business process flows, cloud flows, desktop flows, additional actions like SharePoint approvals, and there are many others which are only available in Power Automate and not Logic Apps. However, the designer, the triggers, and a lot of actions are still very same, are pretty much identical both in Logic Apps and Power Automate. And when your Power Automate instance runs, behind the scene, it still uses the same Logic App runtime that Logic App uses. So here I have a screenshot. I have implemented an automation where one automation starts whenever a new item gets created in a SharePoint list. And the second one also the same thing. However, for one, I have used Logic App, and for the second one, I have used the Power Automate. Now, if anyone from the audience would quickly like to take a guess, which one is Logic App and which one is Power Automate? You can just unmute yourself and then just give your answer, or you can just type that in the chat window.
No, they will ask a question on the chat only. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see if there is any answer in chat. Okay, it looks like that. All right. So let me remove all these additional things I added. So now you can see in the left-hand side, the business logic we implemented is using Logic Apps, and in the right-hand side, we use the Power Automate. However, if you concentrate on the middle section here, everything is pretty much identical. Like the business logic I use, the actions I use are pretty much identical. So that's give you clue that behind the scene, the designer is the same for both Power Automate Cloud Flows and a Logic app and for Logic apps. So now let's jump on to finding out the key differences between those two products. So Logic app is part of the Azure group and Power Automate is part of the Business Applications group or Dynamics 365 group. Now, why I'm mentioning this information here? The reason is since Logic app is part of Azure group, you will see Logic has really tighter integration with other Azure services. Same thing since Power Automate is a part of Business Applications group, it has a really tighter integration with other Power Platform product. For example, you can natively call a Power Automate from Power Virtual Agent. We can natively call a Power Automate from a Power App. Now, when it comes to the type of offering, Logic app are categorized as infrastructure integrated platform as a service offering, whereas Power Automate is categorized as SaaS offering. Now there is some debate. Some people say Power Automate is SaaS offering. Some people say Power Automate is PaaS offering. So I don't want to go into that debate, but there is a slight difference in between the offerings of these two particular products. One of the biggest difference is Logic apps, you pay as per the usage. Since it's part of Azure, everything is consumption based. That means if your Logic app is running 3 times a day only, then you will be paying for that run time for 3 times a day. Whereas Power Automate is subscription based. And you can purchase Power Automate and there are multiple options when it comes to purchasing Power Automate. The target audience for Logic app is IT professional and it's built for more for enterprise scenarios. And when Power Automate was launched, it used a subset of Logic apps and it's built more for power user scenarios or citizen dev scenarios. When you use Logic apps, we can only create Logic apps. However, under Power Automate, now we have different services available. So we can create Cloud Flows, which is nothing but Microsoft Flow that we used to call before. We can create business process flows. We can create a desktop flows as well using Power Automate desktop. When it comes to the run duration, now this will decide which product you will use to implement your automation. So the run duration for Logic app is maximum 90 days. And for Power Automate, it's maximum 30 days, especially for Cloud Flows. Now, what does the run duration means? Let's say if my Logic app instance starts today, then it should finish within the next 90 days. Same thing, if my Power Automate instance starts today, it should finish in next 30 days. Now, you may be wondering why we will need like a Logic app or a Power Automate to run for that longer duration. The reason is if you are using Logic app or Power Automate for some kind of approval and there is a human intervention involved, that means someone has to manually take a step, then you may run into scenarios where the automation start. However, the person who's supposed to take action either forgot or is not available and that particular flow or Logic app is waiting for approval. And then it hit the limit where 30 days already passed, then the instance will automatically get terminated in case of Power Automate. And let's say in case of Logic app, the instance will automatically get terminated after 90 days. When it comes to the application lifecycle management, Logic has a tighter integration with DevOps. We can do a really good source control. And there is a lot of other features available with respect to Azure Resource Management. When it comes to the application lifecycle management, the story is not really fully baked for Power Automate. There are a lot of improvements happened over the years, but still it's not as robust as what you can do with Logic apps. There are PowerShell commandlets available for Logic apps. These are the modules that you have to use. Similarly, we have PowerShell commandlets for Power Automate. However, the modules that you use are different. So we have 2 different modules. One is for Maker and one is for administrator. And those modules actually are titled Microsoft.PowerApps.administration. The reason for that is the same module has the commandlets for Power Automate as well as Power Apps. Now, when it comes to trigger, that's where some of the few differences are there, where we can start both logic apps and Power Automate manually. We can start on a specific event, create it, update it, delete it. We can also start on a schedule. However, Power Automate has an additional trigger, which is still under preview and is only available in Power Automate, which is location based. That means we can use location based trigger to start an automation. When it comes to setup and installation, if you want to use logic apps, then all you need is a modern browser, and inside the logic app designer, the code view is available. What does that mean is if you would like to implement your business logic using JSON, we can do that. And we can also use Visual Studio for development as well. Whereas Power Automate, we just need a modern browser. And with the latest offering from Microsoft called Microsoft Dataverse for Teams, we can use Teams client as well to create a Power Automate. However, it comes with some limitations, and your Power Automate can only work in the context of the Teams only. When it comes to the integration with SharePoint, so Logic Apps has no inbuilt SharePoint flows, whereas if you look at Power Automate, Power Automate has built-in SharePoint flows. What does that mean is if I had to create an automation using Logic App, then I had to start at Logic App Designer or an Azure portal, and there I had to add the connection to the SharePoint and start implementing my automation. Whereas in case of Power Automate, I can implement automation via two ways. I can either start at Power Automate side, or I can just go to the modern SharePoint UI, and inside the UI, we have a direct option to start implementing our Power Automate. And now we can also use Microsoft Dataverse for Teams with limited options. So let's see, like if you are using a modern SharePoint list or library, and there you will be seeing this button called Automate. And if you use that, then within the SharePoint UI itself, we can start creating the automation using Power Automate. The same kind of button is not, a ribbon option is not available for Logic Apps. For Logic Apps, you have to always go to the Azure portal, create your Logic App, and then start implementing your automation. There is on-premise gateway available with both the products that will allow you to consume on-premise data. And Logic App has an on-premise connector, and we can also use SharePoint server to implement automation. Same concept is available with Power Automate. However, there is a key difference. So in case of Logic App, since everything is consumption based, we don't need an additional license. Whereas with Power Automate, if you would like to use on-premise gateway, you need a premium license there. Pricing, that's where the things get tricky and can be a major deciding factor which product you use over another. So Logic Apps, everything is subscription based. Everything is consumption based, and you pay as you go based on your consumption. Power Automate is subscription based. So, and it comes with various options. So there is a Power Automate free option is available. All you need to use Power Automate free is just a valid Microsoft account. That means an email address with outlook.com or live.com or msn.com you can use, and you get Power Automate for free with that. You can also get Power Automate as bundled with existing Microsoft subscription. For example, you can get Power Automate bundled with your Microsoft 65 subscription, bundled with your Dynamics 65 subscription. You can also purchase the standalone plans like Power Automate Premium per user plan, or Power Automate Premium per flow plan, or Power Automate per user plan with attended RPA. So these are the various options available. However, there is one particular action that can definitely influence your decision over whether you will be going with Power Automate or Logic App. So there is an action called HTTP action, and we use this action to call the Microsoft Graph API from Power Automate, call external APIs, or call Azure functions, or Azure Logic Apps from Power Automate. And this HTTP action is a premium action if you are using Power Automate free or Power Automate as part of your Microsoft 65 subscription. So if you are using Power Automate via Microsoft 65 subscription, and if you would like to consume Microsoft Graph API in your automation, then only option you have is use HTTP action for that, and that action is a premium action. So when a situation like this arises, then you have two options. Whether shall you either purchase the premium plan for Power Automate, or you can use Logic App for that particular piece of automation. Because in Logic Apps, the HTTP connector, HTTP action is not a premium action, and everything is based on the consumption. So let me see with that. Are there any questions in the chat window? All right, I don't see that. Let's go to here. So now what if I start my automation using Power Automate, and now I have to use HTTP action to implement my automation, and I'm using Power Automate as part of my Microsoft 365 subscription. You can either purchase a premium plan, or you can convert your Power Automate to a Logic app. So if you go to Power Automate UI, excuse me, there is an option called export. If you go to the details page of Power Automate, and there you can export your Power Automate as a Logic app template. And once you export that, then you can go to the Azure portal and use that template to create your new Logic app from it. Couple of things you need to keep into consideration. Any connections that you're using in your flow, you have to reconfigure that in the Logic App Designer. And also, if there is any action that is only available in Power Automate and not in Logic App, you have to basically delete that action from the designer and from your automation, and add a subsequent a relevant action in the Logic apps. So when it comes to the integration between the Logic apps and Power Automate, so I can call a flow from a Logic app using HTTP action. And again, HTTP action is not a premium action in Logic app. If I had to call a Logic app from flow, I had to use HTTP action, which is a premium action. Or other option is available. I can export a flow and deploy that as a Logic app. When it comes to the integration with other Power Platform products, so let's say I am using Power Virtual Agent, and from Power Virtual Agent, I would like to call a Logic app. So you don't have a direct native integration for that. What we had to do in that case is we had to call Power Automate first, and from Power Automate, then we will be calling our Logic app. Whereas when it comes to calling a Power Automate, there is like out of the box action available inside the Power Virtual Agent that we can use to easily call a Power Automate from Power Virtual Agent. Now with that, we are going to the demo section of this talk, and we have okay. Before we go into the demo, okay, thanks for the comment. Let's go back to the demo now. What I will be doing is, so I have okay, let me zoom this a bit. All right, so I have this a SharePoint list where we will be using. Let me send this, and let's go back here. All right, so I have this SharePoint list, and what we'll be doing is we will be using this list to request a new team. And when we are requesting a new team, the request will go through an approval, and if the request to create a new team is approved, then we will be using Logic app to create the team, and also we'll be using a Microsoft Flow to create the team. So for that, and then I will show you how similar it is when it comes to the implementation and the automation and implementation of the business logic. So first thing we'll be doing is let's call it as a Power Platform French 21, and let's call it as for marketing, and the department we are selecting here is called marketing. And the automation scenario for this particular team we'll be using is Microsoft Flow. So let me go ahead and submit that. And similarly, we will submit another request, and this time we will be using, let's call it as IT, and the department is IT, and the scenario we'll be using is Microsoft Azure Logic App. Okay, so we are just submitted 2 requests, and we have automation running in the backend. So the first automation is using Microsoft Flow or Power Automate or Cloud Flows, whatever you want to call it. Okay. All right, so this is the first automation where the business logic is pretty straightforward. So we are starting this flow whenever a new item gets created into the team's request list. And then we are doing some bunch of other things like initializing a few variables. And I will explain you later like why we need to initialize these variables. And then we are checking what's the automation scenario. If it's the Microsoft Flow, then let's go ahead with the approval process, and we'll start the approval. And if the request is approved, then we will be using the Microsoft Graph API to create a new team. Okay, so the implementation is very straightforward here. Now, same kind of business logic we have also implemented using logic apps. So if I go here and click edit, so this is how the logic app designer looks like. So this is the designer view, and if I click on the code view, I can see the implementation of my automation in the form of JSON. So if I go back to designer, so designer is exactly identical as the Power Automate. All right, let's refresh this. Okay, let's click edit. Typically, it's not that slow since I'm using screen share and I'm broadcasting my video as well. And I am at a location where the Wi-Fi is not that great. That's why you're seeing such a slowness. So let me go ahead and disable my video. That may help us to preserve some bandwidth. All right. Yep, video was consuming a lot of resources. All right. So again, the implementation is pretty straightforward here, just like our Power Automate, where the logic app starts whenever a new. All right, let me refresh this. That should not have happened. Okay. Click edit. All right. So looks like something is wrong. I will fix that. But the automation is pretty straightforward. Same thing, we are initializing from variables. Then we are checking what kind of automation it is. If it's logic app, then we are using a different kind of approval step here. This approval step is based on email approval and not the flow approval. And if the request is approved, then we are basically calling the Graph API to create the logic app, to create the team using logic app. Now let's go ahead and so I should have received 2 emails now. So let me go back here and go back to the flow. So when it comes to the flow, I have multiple ways where I can take the action on the approval step. So I can either go to my mailbox, or I can go to the flow UI, and under approvals, I can go and take action on that. So I have 2 ways to take action on this request. And I will just go ahead and select approve. Looks good, and confirm. And once this request is approved, then the flow will go ahead and it will use the Microsoft Graph API to create a new team for us. So while this request is getting saved, let's go back to the mailbox and I should have received two emails. One is from Flow and one is from the Logic app here. So this one, if you scroll down, you can see here this message was sent from Microsoft Azure Logic apps. So we are using the email approval step of Logic app, and the only way I can take action on this approval step is using the email. And similarly, I also got an email from the Flow. And here, since I already took action, it got updated. But this email came from Flow and this email came from the Logic app, and you can easily differentiate that if you scroll down and below you can see it says this email came from Logic app, and this one it will show you that it came from the Flow. So let me go ahead and click approve here. So we approved both the request, and now let's go back to our Flow first and see if the Flow ran successfully or not. As you can see, the Flow was successfully executed. So we should be seeing a new team now. All right, everything was fine. Let's go back to our Logic app. Let's go back here and see. Looks like Logic app also got finished properly. So let's go ahead and see. So you can see here, even after like the status of the Logic app, everything is pretty identical, like what can see in the Microsoft Flow as well. So this is also finished. Now let's go back into the Teams UI and see whether we have two newly created teams. So yes, looks like we have two teams. So let's go ahead and look for those two teams. So as you can see, we have two teams. One is called Marketing Power Platform Friend Summit, and second is IT Power Platform Friend Summit. Because inside my HTTP action, I use the combination of the department and the name of the title of the team as a name as a sorry, department and the name as a title of the team. Okay. Any questions before we go into the details how to use REST API, Microsoft Graph API inside the Logic apps and Power Automate? Let me quickly check. All right, looks like none. All right, let's go ahead now and look at the implementation in more detail. So we saw we can implement similar business, pretty much identical business logic with few changes both in Logic apps and in Power Automate. Now I'll show you what are some of the key differences between the implementation. All right, let me go ahead and edit. Sorry, the Wi-Fi here is terrible. That's why you're seeing such a delay. Otherwise, this should open pretty quickly. So the key difference between these two implementation is number one, the approval step we are using is different. So in Flow, we are using Flow approval step, which is only unique to Flow. It's not available in Logic app. And if I go to the Logic app, the approval action I'm using is email-based approval. So let me fix this connection so that way, you know, that way I can show you invalid connection. Where is that? Let's go here and API connection. Okay. All right. This is interesting. I will troubleshoot this later, but let's go back to the designer and let's go here and let me call this add a new. That's fine. All right. This is for it should take a minute or two to fix it, and this is a good time to ask any questions you may have. All right, so as you can see, we fixed that, and this is how the the action we are using is send approval email. So instead of using flow approval, we are using a different kind of approval step here. However, the business logic, the implementation is pretty similar, where you just have to configure and the approval will happen via email. And once the request is approved, then we are taking add a new. Let me fix everything so we can show you properly. All right. This. All right. Once these credentials are entered, then we should be able to see the other thing. Let me finish this as well. Sign in. Okay. All right, we're back in the business. All right. So what we are doing is, once the request is approved, we are using Microsoft Graph API. Now, those of you who are not familiar with Microsoft Graph API, it's a single endpoint available to us to access resources that are there in Microsoft 365 subscription. That include Teams, SharePoint, Exchange, Planner, even some of the security features also we can use to get access to. And we use the HTTP action to create a new team. And here we had to just provide some additional information regarding authentication. However, the entire implementation is pretty identical inside the logic app and also inside the flow as well. So if I expand this, so everything is pretty much identical. The way the method call we did is post, the URI, the body of the request, everything is pretty identical. If I do show advanced, the authentication we are doing is also pretty is exactly the same. Now there is only one difference. So if I go here and click plus in my flow and click add an action, and if I do HTTP and if I select that, then you see here HTTP comes with an additional flag saying that it's a premium action. That means to use HTTP action in my flow, I need to have access to premium license. That means this flow is using a premium action, and I had to use one of the premium plans for that. Now, if I do the same thing here, and if I go in the logic app and click plus icon and click on add action, and if I do HTTP here and select that, you see here though that specific premium flag and other stuff is not there, because when it comes to the pricing for logic app, everything is based on consumption, and it's very cheap as well. So if you're looking to automate scenarios like this, typically you will be paying a lot less using logic app as compared to going with the premium plan or with Power Automate. Let's see if there are any other questions here. All right, no. So let's go ahead with the rest of the slide, and then we'll use the later part to show you a few more things. All right. So when it comes to comparison between these two products, like logic apps versus Power Automate, right? Because both products are good, they have their own use cases. So these are my personal opinion. Okay, so your opinion may vary on this one. So when it comes to licensing, logic apps are pretty straightforward. I won't say it's like 100% like it's really good. There are still some nuances you have to work with, but comparing it with Power Automate, since everything is pay as you go, it is very easy to, using Azure pricing calculator, it's very easy to predict how much it will cost you. Power Automate licensing is a little bit convoluted and complex. You have to read the documentation. There are a lot of limitations and other stuff that comes with it. So make sure you are thorough with the documentation for Power Automate. just to understand how the licensing works. When it comes to implementing personal automation, logic apps are good, but Power Automate wins here heads down. The reason is Power Automate comes with a free version. What does that mean is if I have an email address with outlook.com, I can use Power Automate to implement personal automation, like automation for myself that is not tied up with my work at all. Whereas Logic App, you can do that, but you will be paying for it. It won't be free since everything is pay as you go. When it comes to Power User Friendly, Power Automate or Microsoft Flow wins here, because to create Logic App, you have to go to Azure portal, and Azure, a lot of people find it very difficult to navigate, especially if you're starting with Azure portal for the first time. Like even if you go here, there are so many options you get that you may feel that you're lost. So in that case, let's say you're more familiar with Power Platform and you are not familiar with Azure at all, but there's a scenario where you have to implement automation using Logic App. In that case, what you can do is you can request your IT to create a Logic App for you, send that URL to you, and once you open that URL, it will look exactly like this, where only thing you will be focusing is edit and then start implementing your business logic using the designer. So that way you don't have to worry about other things that comes with Azure, provisioning assets in Azure, like the resource group and other stuff. You'll be strictly focusing on implementing your business logic. Like in our organization, we have done this successfully many times, where if I had to use a Logic App for some reasons, and the person who's creating is more familiar with Power Platform but not with Azure, then we just created a blank Logic App for them, and then just they went to the link, click edit, and started implementing their business logic. When it comes to the developer friendly, Logic Apps wins here because it comes with a lot of tighter integration with other Azure products. We can do a really seamless application lifecycle management, DevOps, CI/CD, those kind of things. A little bit difficult to implement with Microsoft Power Automate. Integration with third-party system, both are pretty good because they have a lot of connectors and also support for custom connectors as well. Overall, both the products are good. They have their use cases depending on what your skill sets are, and depending on what kind of license you have for Power Automate, that can influence your decision which product you will use over another. So in case you would like to get your hands dirty with Power Automate and you don't have a proper access to play with a lot of admin settings or other things, there's a really good program available from Microsoft called Microsoft 365 Developer Program. You can go to that link and sign up for it. And once you sign up, you get your personal Microsoft 365 subscription for free. That comes with E5 license and 25 users. E5 is the highest level of license available in Microsoft 365 right now. And you will be a global admin, and the subscription will be valid for 90 days. And if you are using their subscription for personal training and development, Microsoft will keep extending your subscription for additional 90 days as long as this program is active and you are using this tenant for personal training and development. You can also sign up for the free trial as well. However, you will need to use your credit card. Now, to use Logic Apps, you need to have Azure subscription. And if you would like to learn Azure, the best way to learn Azure is to get your personal subscription. And there are various ways you can get that. If you have access to MSD and through your work, then each MSDN subscription comes with a predefined credits, Azure credits that you can get. For example, if I have MSDN Enterprise subscription, then inside my MSDN portal, I should be seeing this link to activate my monthly Azure credits that I get for free. You can also sign up for the trial. Depending on the country, you get some fixed credits. However, you will need to use a credit card. You can also use Azure for Students where you don't need a credit card. However, you will need a valid educational account to sign up for that. So hopefully the contents we covered today made you familiar with the key differences between Logic Apps and Power Automate. And if you don't have access to Microsoft 365 or Power Automate, Power Apps, or Power Virtual Agent, definitely check out the Microsoft 365 Developer Program. With that, we come to an end. And these are my contact details. If you have any follow-up questions, feel free to email me or connect me with on LinkedIn. With that, thanks for coming. Let me know if you have any questions. Stay safe and stay healthy. I also pasted my contact details here in case you would like to connect with me on LinkedIn or on Twitter, or just directly send me an email. All right, looks like there are no more further questions, so we'll quickly taking a break before the next session. All right, welcome everyone to the Power Platform Friends Summit 2021. We would like to thank our sponsors. Without their generous support, the conferences like this are not possible. So we highly recommend you to check their booths if you are there in person, or if you're joining us virtually, check their links and find more about their services. And these are the various social media links you can use to follow the Biz Apps French community. And also I would like to give a huge kudos to the organizers and the volunteers of this conference, because it takes a lot of efforts to organize the conferences like this. It takes a lot of planning and a lot of back-end work. So really appreciate the organizers and volunteers taking the efforts to make sure the conference happens. So the title of this talk is Zero to Hero in Power Virtual Agents in 45 minutes. So in the short span of 45 minutes, I will try to give you as much overview as possible of the Power Virtual Agents so that at the end of the session, you will have enough material in your hand and you can start exploring this product even more. So who am I? My name is Prashant Bhoyar. I was raised in India. I came to United States in 2007 for studies. I'm University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 365. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington DC area, and pre-COVID-19 pandemic, we used to organize a lot of in-person community conferences. Post-COVID-19 pandemic, we have converted all our conferences to virtual only, so you can attend us, you can join us from anywhere in the world, and we post the latest and greatest information about upcoming conferences on Meetup site and also our website azurecloudevents.com. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and I'm also recipient of Microsoft MVP Award since 2017. Those of you who are not familiar with this award, so I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contributions. And these technical contributions can be in the form of writing blog posts, contributing to open source project, creating training videos, answering people's questions on various public forums, or giving direct feedback to the Microsoft product groups. And typically this award is valid for 12 months only. And after 12 months, you have to apply for a renewal. Currently, I work as Cloud Solution Architect at AIS. AIS is a Microsoft solution provider based in US, and we have offices in UK, Canada, and in India as well. And I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use a variety of the products and services in Microsoft ecosystem, such as Microsoft Power Platform, Microsoft 365, Teams, Microsoft Azure, Azure AI, bots, and other related technologies. And I work at Microsoft AIS Reston, Virginia headquarters. This is a quick information about our company. We are providing services in Microsoft ecosystem from last 40 years, and we have been awarded Microsoft Partner of the Year award multiple times, and we are growing. So if you or anyone in your network is looking for a change, we are actually recruiting for the technical talent like you in India, UK, Canada, and in US. And you can be located anywhere, and you can be 100% remote as well. So this is the agenda. It's going to be 100 level session, like overview session. We'll start with why we have to invest time in learning about bots. Then when it comes to implementing chatbots or intelligent agents in Microsoft ecosystem, what are the options available to us? Then we'll deep dive into Power Virtual Agents, how to get started. What's the story where between the integration of Power Virtual Agents and Power Automate or Microsoft Flow. We'll have demos, key takeaway, Q&A. So this is the mission statement from Microsoft. They would like to make data science and AI accessible to everyone. And it doesn't matter what your role is, what kind of device you're using, and where you are located. And some of the services that are coming from Microsoft quite align really well with this mission statement. So let's talk about why we need to think about implementing bots or virtual agents. So Satya Nadella, who is a Microsoft CEO, has mentioned quite a few times during his keynote that bots are the new app. Bots provide you more natural human-computer interaction. It helps you to automate repetitive tasks and free up the resources. Bots are available all the time. They are available wherever you are. Like, for example, you can access bots when you're driving or when you are on mobile or you are just walking, or if you're in your desktop, on your laptop. And also, if the implementation is done right, bots can also adapt to the user depending on the circumstances. However, one of the key advantage of implementing or using virtual agents or bots is you can automate a lot of repetitive tasks and free up the resources. Bots are appealing, efficient, easy, and natural. And if it's done right, if the implementation is done right, it simplifies the UI. And if you go with Microsoft Stack with bots, then you have to create your bot once and you can deploy that to multiple channels. Now the channels in the context of bots are different as compared to channels in the context of Microsoft Teams. Channels in the context of bots means you can create the same bot and deploy it to various services and devices. For example, I can create a bot and same bot I can deploy to Microsoft Teams, Skype, Facebook, Twilio, email, and the list goes on and on. And also bot may able to help you to connect with the young users as well. So we are already familiar with a different kind of bots in our personal life, especially if you are a customer of a major financial institution, for example, HSBC Group or Bank of America or Royal Bank of Scotland. And if you call their customer service number, chances are the first line of defense from them is always going to be a voice-based bot. And then that bot will try to answer your questions. And if it cannot answer your question, then it may just reroute the call to the actual human agent. So similar kind of experience is also coming to the enterprise space as well. And if you are interested in implementing bots in your enterprise or at your work, then we have two options available in Microsoft ecosystem. One is software as a service and second platform as a service. So under software as a service, we have Power Virtual Agents. It provides you a no-code experience for bot development. It's ideal for business users and domain experts to easily build a bot. And you can go to this link to find more information about Power Virtual Agent. Microsoft Bot Framework is available as part of Platform as a Service. It is an open source SDK and tools, and it's built for the custom bot development. It's ideal for developers who wants to build the custom bot. And it supports 4 major languages: C#, Node.js, Java, and Python. However, if you would like to host your bot using Azure Bot Service, then only C# and Node.js are supported right now. What does that mean is, if you would like to write a custom bot and if you would like to use Java or Python for that, then you have to host that bot yourself somewhere else, and you cannot use Azure Bot Service for that. There is another tool available called Microsoft Bot Framework Composer, which gives you a visual editing canvas, and there is a really good integration story available between a Power Virtual Agent and Microsoft Bot Framework Composer. Now, since we have two options to create bots in Microsoft ecosystem, how these two options are related can interact with each other. So Power Virtual Agent sits at the top of the pyramid where we can create no-code chatbots. And then at the bottom of the pyramid, we have Microsoft Bot Framework and Azure Bot Service. And you can use both to create the bots. For example, let's say we created 2 bots using Power Virtual Agents, and we created 2 bots using Microsoft Bot Framework and Azure Bot Service. Then these 4 bots can interact with each other by using something called Bot Framework Skills. So that there you can have a really nice fusion team where some of the pro devs challenges you solve that using Bot Framework. Some of the A challenge is that we can solve with Power Virtual Agent. For that, we use Power Virtual Agent, and then we create multiple bots, and those bots can interact with each other using bot framework skills. So Power Virtual Agent is the latest member of the Power Platform. Microsoft announced about it during the Ignite of 2019. It's almost 2 years now since the launch of this product. So it's the main goal of this product is to create intelligent virtual agents using the conversational AI. So it is built on the top of Power Platform Azure Bot Service. So behind the scene, it is using the Microsoft Azure Cognitive Services to add intelligence to it. It is hosted using Azure Bot Service, and it has a really good integration with other Microsoft Power Platform product. For example, if I had to implement any kind of automation, and if I had to have my bot talk to outside world, then I can do that using Power Automate. There is a RISE integration available between Power Virtual Agents and Power Automate, and via Power Automate, then we can connect to all the connectors that are available with Power Automate, which are more than 300, and you can also build your custom connector as well. And behind the scene, it uses the Azure Bot Service and Cognitive Services to add intelligence to it. It comes with a really nice designer, as you can see in the right-hand section, that we can use to author the bots. And it's a graphical user interface. It's very intuitive. Anyone can just go and start creating bots using this interface. There are some options available which can help us to get started quickly. For example, if you have any existing information that you would like to consume to create the bot, you can do that by, if that information is available on a public facing website, you can do that using suggest topics, or you can also upload a file from your local machine as well. And also, we can avoid the repetitive conversation with the Power Virtual Agent. And once you use Power Virtual Agent, just like our Microsoft Bot Framework, we can deploy that bot or chatbot to various other channels or devices. So by default, the bot will always available as a demo website, but we can also deploy it to the custom website as a mobile app, Facebook, Slack, Cortana, Skype, Microsoft Teams, Telegram, Twilio, Line, Kik, and the list goes on and on. And for the deployment, it's a single button click only. The Power Virtual Agent comes with a designer, which gives us a really nice graphical information about the metrics of the bot. For example, how many sessions the bot had, whether those sessions were engaged or not, how many, what was the result of the survey, whether the users are happy with the bot or not, how many sessions the users had with the bot. So all kind of telemetry information you get right out of the box inside the Power Virtual Agents UI. So with that, let's go to the demo part of this talk, and let's quickly check if there are any questions in the chat window. All right, looks like none. So let's go to the demo. So what we need to do is use your favorite browser and use your favorite search engine and just Google or Bing for Power Virtual Agents. And the link we are looking for is powervirtualagents.microsoft.com. So this is the one way of accessing the Power Virtual Agent. Another way is if you go to the Power Apps portal. Here in the left-hand navigation, you will see this option for chatbots. So if you expand that and if you just click create, then here also you can use this to quickly create a chatbot. You can also use the Microsoft Teams client as part of Microsoft Dataverse for Teams to create a chatbot as well. However, if you use Microsoft Teams client to create the bot, then that bot will only be available inside that team, and you cannot use that other supported channels, like public facing website or email or mobile app. All right. So when you log in for for the Power Virtual Agent for the first time, then let's quickly give you the overview of the UI. So let's first focus on the top right corner of the screen. So here, this option is pretty similar standard we see in Microsoft 365. Then if you click on the gear icon, there you can see the general settings. So if you click on the general settings, then these are the general settings we can use for the designer, the dark mode, and whether you would like to delete the bot that you're using, and the options for the system fallback. Then if you click on this bot icon, that's where you will be seeing a lot of other options. So here, using this icon, I can navigate around the different bots or virtual agents I have created in my environment. And here also we have the same concept as environment like in other Power Platform products. So you can have multiple environments and you can have different bots in different environments. So if I had to create a new bot, all I had to do is click on this button, new bot, and this should launch this window where we have to provide a name. Let's call it as a Power Platform French Summit 2021. And then the next thing you have to select is what language the bot speaks. And as you can see, there are many languages are supported, including French as well. And there are like other 5 languages under preview. So let's go ahead and select the language of your choice. And then the most important thing is, so there are 2 things very important, the language and the environment. So make sure you select the language, because once you select the language, you cannot really change that on the fly. And then select the appropriate environment, and then just click create. And it should take maybe a minute or 2 for the bots to get created and to create underlying assets as well. So while this is happening, let me quickly take a look and see if there are any questions in the chat window. All right, none so far. All right, so looks like the bot got created, or our virtual agent got created. So we got the confirmation that the bot got created. So I can now either explore the bot or I can explore the documentation. So I'm just going to explore the bot here. So as you can see at the top section of the screen, on the left hand side, we have our name of the bot. In the left hand section, we have all these options available. In the middle section, we have this option to test the bot. And in the right hand side, we have this option where we can see the information about this particular virtual agent. If I scroll down, then how we can test the bot, all those kind of different information is available. And looks like it just got refreshed. Let me scroll down. Okay. And here I will highly recommend you to check the product videos, especially if you are starting with this product for the first time, because this video will definitely help you to get started. And then there is a idea forum is there where you can share your thoughts and ideas, and there is a community support available as well. So highly recommend, if you are playing with Power Virtual Agent and if you receive any roadblock or if you have any question, go to the community support and post your question over there. Now you see this particular option to test your bot in the middle section. If it's annoying for you, you can also click on this hide bot, and that will make sure that particular sections get hidden. And you can also click on it again, and that way it will generate that test bot UI here. So let's talk about the different options that come with the different things that we have to consider while creating a bot. So couple of important concept here is topics. So when you create a bot, by default it will come with a lot of predefined topics. So let's close this on. So you can see here there are existing topics, and there is also an icon for status. So as some topics has an icon for to turning the status on and off. Some are like the one you cannot really disable those. So you can modify those, but you cannot really disable those, and you always need those topics. So here we have this 4 sample topics, but what we will be doing is we'll be going ahead and creating our own. So when it comes to creating the new topic, you have 2 options. You can click on this button, new topic, or you can click on this option called suggest topics. And when it comes to the option of suggest topics, you can use like you can just, if you read the description, you can basically use any existing information. If that existing information is available on a public facing website, you can do that. Or you can also use existing information from a PDF, a document, or a CSV file. However, in our case, I'll be creating a new topic from scratch. So let's give it a name as, let's try to automate a scenario called IT help desk and power. Okay. And then the trigger phrases. So to trigger a topic, we need to use a topic. We need to have, we need to provide some trigger phrases. And the way it will work is, if while interacting with the bot, if the user uses any of these trigger phrases, then this particular topic will get triggered. So for example, let's since we are talking about IT help desk, my computer is not working. So laptop. Print machine, and let's say laptop, and let's machine is not starting. While interacting with the bot, if the user enters any of these trigger phrases, then this particular topic will get triggered. And if you click on this authoring, go to authoring canvas, let me first click save topic. And once I click on go to authoring canvas, that's where I can then start implementing my business logic. So click on go to authoring canvas here. And you can see all these trigger phrases are there listed here. And we can also directly go from here and edit the trigger phrases on details page. And then the first option we get is add, like there is a message box is there, which is again is optional. So here you can, this is always recommended that if a user has any problem, then you show them like a meaningful message. So for example, here I'll be saying, I am sorry to hear that you are having issues with your computer. Now, after the message has shown, then we see this plus icon, and if you click on this plus icon, there we can add some additional business logic. So when it comes to adding the options, we can either ask a question to the user. We can use the call and action, which I'll be covering later. You can again show a message, or you can redirect the user to another topic, or you can just end the conversation here. So what I'll be doing is I'll be asking you a question here. So let's click on the question. And the question is, are you stuck? And as part of the answer, I can then accept the answer from the user in multiple formats. So I can either give them multiple choice option, or I can just give them a text box, or I can use some predefined entities like age, Boolean, city, color, continent, country or region, date and time, duration, email, event, language, money, number, ordinal, organization, person name, phone number, point of interest, speed, state, street address, temperature, URL, and the list goes on and on. So what we'll do in this case is we'll use multiple choice. So the couple of choice I will be giving is to the user yes, and the new option as no. And as and when I'm adding this option, you can see here that the branch are getting created for those options at the bottom. Before that, I'll be just quickly editing this variable where I'll be capturing the response and just call it as var stuck. And this is the text. Let's close this. And let's say if the user says, hey, yeah, he is stuck, then this particular branch will get executed. If the user says he is not stuck, then this particular branch will get executed. So let's finish this branch. If the user is stuck, then what we would like to do is, this is kind of an emergency, and we would like to treat this as a priority. So let's show a message. You know that instead of that, let's do one thing. Let's change this a little bit. Let's call it as, did you reboot your machine? Because guess what? Majority of the time, if you just reboot your machine, a lot of problems just goes away. And just rename this as variable as var reboot. All right. So the next thing we'll be doing is, let's say if the user says they have like reboot the machine. So let's delete this and let's add another follow-up question. Are you? And again, here you can use multiple choice, yes and no, and call it as stuck. Now let's complete this particular loop. So if the user is stuck, the next thing what we'll be doing is showing him in the message. I am sorry to hear that. Someone from the IT will contact you soon. All right. And we will just then end the conversation here. Or we can do transfer to an agent. Since we haven't configured that option here, we'll just do end with the survey. And same thing we'll be doing here is we'll be closing the loop for the time being. So let's close this loop as well, end with the survey. And we can, so the implementation is not done completely yet, but we just want to quickly test for the one scenario. So we're just going to go ahead and end with the survey and then save it. And once this is saved, then we can directly test this particular topic right in the Power Virtual Agent Designer. So for that, just click on this test your bot, and then you can trigger, just say hello. And this is the welcome message that you can customize by going to the welcome topic. Let's interact. My machine is slow. So if since I use my machine is slow, the bot identified the trigger phrases, one of the trigger phrases here, and it started this particular topic, and now it's using the business logic which is inbuilt in this topic. And within this designer itself, I can start testing this. Wherever you see the green right icon, that means this particular step has been executed properly. And now the next thing we are asking is, did you reboot your machine? So I am giving option to user to reply. So if I click yes, then the yes branch is getting executed. And here in the variable pane, you can see here, if I click on variable watch, I should be able to see what's the current value of the variable that we use for this particular question, which is in this case is yes. And if I do say, are you stuck? If I click yes again, then the same thing will happen where it will complete the loop. And since we are using end of topic, this is the answer we are receiving. So with that, let me go to the chat window and see if there are any questions so far. So none so far. So let's go back to the demo. So this was a really crude example. Let me show you an actual end-to-end working example that I have created, which will not be possible to finish end-to-end within the span of 45 minutes. But I just wanted to give you an overview how easy it is to create a virtual agent using Power PVA. So let's go here and see if the business logic is already there. All right. So here there is another example, similar business logic. Like first thing we are asking is, are you stuck? If the user says yes, I am stuck, then I'm saying I will connect you with the field technician. And then I'm asking a question to the user, what is your email address? Okay. So once the user provide the email address, then we are using call to an action where we are sending an email via a flow. Okay. So if I click on view flow details, so here the way we can call a flow from a Power Virtual Agent is, so we just have to use an action called call to an action. You know what, let me, and then while calling the flow, then you can pass few parameters, and then that flow will basically then use those particular values or parameters or variables and then use that for further processing. For example, in this particular flow, what we are providing is the email address and some description. And then once the flow starts, is actually using that information and sending the email out. So these are the input parameters, email and subject, and then we are using, we are sending the email as urgent, saying so and so user need immediate attention. And once this email has been sent, then the control comes back to the Power Virtual Agent. And once that is done, then you can go ahead with your existing business logic. So it's very, very easy to use a Power Virtual Agent, and you can integrate that with a Power Automate as part of your extension of your business logic. The next thing is analytics. So if you click on analytics here, so by default, there is a huge like on analytics is available on the out of the box, and this analytics is available as part of your is generated using the Power BI dashboard. This may not be the right bot. Let me show you another bot which where we have a lot of other things. Okay, let's use this one, because that particular bot, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of sessions that I did as part of testing. So we'll have some nice data there to show. So if I go and click on analytics there, so as you can see that analytics is coming up, engagement rate 92%, resolution rate 52, escalation rate 9%, and total sessions there were there. So as you can see here, we can easily get the analytics of our bot. We can also get the billing information as well, which is very super important to find out. Okay. Now, once your business logic is ready, then you can go here in the publish option and then click on publish to publish your bot. So once your bot is published, then it is available to use. And to use, you just need to go to, so if you click on the manage and if you click on the details here, you can provide the name, you can change the name of the bot, you can provide an icon of the bot, and here you can get information about some unique identifiers for the bot. For example, what's the environment ID, what's the bot app ID, what's the tenant ID. And if you click on the channels here, so here by default, the bot is available on a demo website, but you can also deploy that bot to Microsoft Teams, current website, custom website, mobile app, Facebook, Skype, Cortana, Slack, Telegram, Twilio, Line, Cake, GroupMe, direct line speech, and email. And we can also configure agent transfer. For that, you can either use Dynamics Omnichannel, or you can also use a custom engagement hub. In the security, we can add some additional security scenarios. We can add in the support for authentication. You can use sharing option to share this virtual agent with other members of your team, so they can also go there and make changes. And we can also use web channel security. This comes handy, especially if you're configuring telephony support for your bot. If you go to skills, that's where you can add a skills. So that allows you the interaction between multiple bots. And there are a few AI capabilities that are there, which are under a preview right now. So with that, let me see if there are any questions in the chat window. I don't see any. So let's see how many minutes we have. We have around 10 minutes. So let me cover a few other things, and then I will cover additional demos there. So we can create a personalized customer experience using Power Virtual Agent. We also have option of transferring to the human agent. For that, we can use a Dynamic 65 omnichannel, or we can also use a generic live chat provider as well. Using scales, we can extend our bot, and there is also option available to extend your bot using Azure Bot Framework Composer. When it comes to the authentication, because authentication is really important, especially if you would like to expose any corporate data via the bot, then make sure you are taking care of authentication and authorization. So Power Virtual Agent, we can integrate with any authentication provider like Microsoft, Google, Facebook. You can use your own custom authentication provider as long as that custom authentication provider supports the modern authentication. Integration with Power Automate, so we can call a Power Automate from a Power Virtual Agent, and the access to Power Automate is already included as part of your Power Virtual Agent license. One of the key thing is if you go with the paid version of Power Virtual Agent, then we get the premium connectors for Power Automate as part of that license. However, those premium connectors are not available if you get Power Virtual Agent as part of Dataverse for Teams. We already talked about that. So Microsoft Dataverse for Teams. Those of you who are not familiar with this, it's a low-code data platform for Microsoft Teams. It supports to build low-code, no-code apps, flows, and most importantly, chatbots using Power Virtual Agent that will work within the Microsoft Teams only. Dataverse for Teams is already available as part of most of the existing Teams licenses. That means if you have access to Dataverse for Teams, you can create a custom chatbots using Power Virtual Agent for free, as long as those chatbots are working in the context of Teams only. And you can go to this link to find more information about that. And with Dataverse for Teams, what you get is you can use your Teams UI to create and test your chatbot. With only one caveat, that chatbot will only be available inside Microsoft Teams. And this is how the entire experience will look like. So these are some of the links you can use to get started with Power Virtual Agent. And if you would like to know my thoughts around the key comparison between the Power Virtual Agent versus the Microsoft Bot frameworks, these are my personal thoughts. Again, your opinion may vary, but it's very easy to create and test bot using Power Virtual Agent. With Bot framework, there is a steep learning curve. The target audience for Power Virtual Agent is power users and IT pros. And for Bot framework, you need developers. Maintenance and enhancements are easy with Power Virtual Agents, whereas Bot framework maintenance and enhancements are very cumbersome. Power Virtual Agent uses a lot of AI services under the hood, whereas if I had to go with Microsoft Bot framework, I had to integrate that with other AI services to make it intelligent. There is an inbuilt support for analytics there, whereas with Microsoft Bot framework, there is no inbuilt support for analytics. When it comes to the licensing though, Power Virtual Agents are a little bit expensive to begin with, and right now there is no easy way to manage the cost across different departments. That means if my company has 5 virtual agents deployed in my organization, there is no way to see the cost for individual bot. I will be getting the cost for all the bots combined. When it comes to the Microsoft Bot framework, it's inexpensive to begin with. However, you need to do a lot of upfront work in the beginning. So again, if you would like to play with Power Virtual Agent and if you don't have access to Microsoft 365, go to this link and sign up for Microsoft 365 Developer Program. And there you can get your own Microsoft 365 subscription for free, which comes with 25 users with E5 license, which is the highest level of license. And you will be a global admin. And this subscription will be valid for 90 days. And after 90 days, you can Microsoft will automatically extend your subscription as long as you are using this tenant for personal training and development. You can also sign up for 1 month trial. but you need to use credit card for that. To use bot framework skills and to use Azure bot service, you need to know Azure. And if you would like to learn Azure, then there are multiple ways where you get personal Azure subscription. The recommended one is to get your Azure subscription through MSDN, or you can also sign up for the free trial. However, you need to use a credit card there. And you can also try out the Azure for Students, where you don't need a credit card, but you need a valid account from education institution which is participating in this program. So with that, let's see, we have around 5 minutes left. Let's see if there are any. Okay, so the question is how to connect with a data file like to buy products. So excellent question. So let's say let's go back to this particular one. Okay, so let's say you would like to connect to an external data source. The way you do that from Power Virtual Agent is using the Power Automate. So I will show you a quick example here. Okay, so here I am sending an email to Power Automate, but what we'll be doing is let's quickly go here and let's quickly delete this and click on a plus icon and click on call and action. And when it comes to call and action, you can use the flows which are already created by someone in your organization, or you can click on create a flow. And when you do that, then a couple of things you need to do is, are there any inputs that flow will be receiving from the Power Virtual Agent? If the answer is yes, then just these are the type of the inputs we can receive. Let's call it as a text, and let's give it a name as input value. And then in between, and then the last action which is automatically added for you is while once this flow is executed and the control is going back to the Power Virtual Agent, do you want to pass any value or any information from the Power Virtual Agent? So let's not do that right now. And if I click on plus icon here and add an action, then the sky is the limit. So I can use all the connectors that are available with Power Automate to talk to the database that you're talking about. So this is the way you can do that. From Power Virtual Agent, you call a flow, and that flow will then give you the information that you are requesting. And once you have that information, the control will go back to the Power Virtual Agent, and then you can execute the rest of the business logic. If you were to call any external APIs, you can also do that using the Power Automate as well. And since you can access Power Automate, you can access, you can then call other Azure services or other third-party services as well from the Power Virtual Agent. Okay. Hopefully the contents we covered today made you explore Power Virtual Agents and you go home and play with it. And if you don't have access, definitely sign up for Microsoft 365 developer program, because with this you get access to Microsoft 365 services like Teams, SharePoint, Exchange, and along with that Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent as well. So with that, we come to an end. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions or comments, feel free to contact me. I'm available on LinkedIn, Twitter, and these are my contact details. With that, thanks for coming. Stay safe and stay healthy, and let me know if you have any questions.
Bonjour à tous et merci de votre présence à cette session. Cette session qui sera animée par moi-même, Mehdi El Yassir, Customer Success Manager, et aussi et surtout Sanaa Bahou. De se présenter,
Oui.
Sanaa.
Merci Mehdi. Donc dans la même équipe que Mehdi, donc Customer Success Manager chez Microsoft France, bientôt 9 ans dans le service. Donc
C'est pas mal.
là,
C'est pas mal.
et on est ravis justement donc d'aborder ce sujet donc, qui concerne justement l'UI design et pour vous fournir des astuces et des recommandations, et surtout pour les débutants sur la Power Platform.
Et nous tenons à remercier tous les sponsors et aussi l'ensemble des communautés qui ont participé à cet événement. Voilà, le sujet en fait d'aujourd'hui, c'est l'UI design dans Power Platform. Et il y a juste un petit truc qui m'a un petit peu intrigué dans le titre. Sanaa, c'est quoi, DIY?
Alors, Y, c'est do it yourself. C'est vrai
Ah
que
ouais.
c'est un peu. J'ai
Ok.
précisé. Faites-le vous-même. En gros,
D'accord.
l'objectif, c'est que vous soyez capable de créer vos applications, que ce soit du Power Apps, du Power BI, en toute autonomie.
D'accord. J'ai pas besoin d'être expert pour faire du UI design.
Non, pour démarrer en tout cas. Il y a
Ok.
effectivement des designers professionnels qui existent maintenant. Voilà, pour la partie, tout ce qui concerne la partie low-code, on a justement toutes les ressources et méthodologies intéressantes pour pouvoir donc démarrer, même si on est débutant.
Ouais, ça veut dire,
C'est un apprentissage. Mm.
Il faut intégrer en fait l'UI design.
Ouais.
Et on est capable, d'intégrer déjà, une bonne partie en fait de l'UI design,
Mhm.
côté Power Apps, et on peut le démocratiser. Du coup, quels sont les sujets, qu'on va traiter?
Oui, en fait, aujourd'hui, les différents sujets vont concerner des principes de base du design et surtout, on va se focaliser sur la partie interface graphique. Je vais également vous partager ma méthodologie. Donc, c'est une méthodologie qui est personnelle, donc je l'ai acquise à travers différents processus d'apprentissage, à travers les feedbacks de mes clients, à travers également des formations que j'avais réalisées. Et puis, l'objectif aussi, c'est de vous fournir des formations, des informations, des ressources archi ultra utiles pour se former, pour démarrer sur le sujet.
Et moi qui croyais que l'UI design, ou le design, c'est juste un mythe.
C'est pas que du
Voilà,
C'est
c'est
pas que-
fake.
Mais comment? Est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer ta compréhension de ce
Écoute,
mythe?
Moi, en fait, quand je veux développer en fait une Power Apps ou un Power BI, c'est super simple.
Ok.
J'y vais sur le portail, c'est hyper simple, make.powerapps.com ou powerbi.com et je démarre.
D'accord, tu démarres par quoi?
Je rajoute des boutons, je rajoute des listes, je rajoute plein de trucs, quoi.
Et tu peux nous donner des exemples justement de ce que tu as créé?
Tu vois, j'ai une application que j'ai créée qui permet en fait de saisir des numéros de téléphone.
Mhm.
D'accord? Et là, j'étais super créatif ce jour-là.
Ok.
Parce que là, ça me permet. En fait, c'est des choses qu'on sait faire super facilement, en fait, en plus, dans Power Apps.
Ouais.
Tu vois, saisir des chiffres manuellement, c'est excellent. Tu vois?
Ok.
C'est juste, en fait, je rajoute un contrôle et voilà.
Tu te rends compte que là, on est en train de dessiner un numéro de téléphone au lieu de le saisir. Est-ce que tu es sûr que ça va être utilisé par
Non, mais
des
c'est
personnes?
génial et c'est super facile dans la Power Apps.
Mm.
T'imagines? Regarde,
Ouais.
en fait, mon deuxième exemple, là, je me suis dit, je vais faire un petit flashback, tu vois, et je crée, en plus de l'animation. On sait faire dans Power Apps.
Tout à fait.
C'est génial.
Oui.
Et du coup,
Mhm.
on peut faire. Alors,
D'accord.
regarde, un autre exemple. Là, j'étais vachement inspiré.
D'accord.
Tu vois, plus tu as un slicer, plus tu vas vite, plus tu vas atterrir sur le bon chiffre, quoi. C'est encore mieux.
Bien sûr. Et tu as un autre
Ouais.
exemple à nous montrer?
J'ai un exemple, en fait. Là, j'en avais un petit peu marre, que parfois, en fait, quand ils saisissent des numéros, des numéros de téléphone, parfois, ils mettent des caractères.
Oui.
Du coup, j'ai mis une liste déroulante pour les numéros.
D'accord.
Pour régler, en fait, cette problématique.
Alors, Mehdi, je pense qu'il est intéressant, important qu'on puisse prendre du recul sur ce que tu as créé.
Non, mais c'est
En fait,
génial.
oui, effectivement, c'est vraiment
Et
très
en
intéressant.
plus, je sais faire. Et c'est super facile.
C'est très bien. C'est très bien.
J'ai pas
Maintenant,
besoin, en fait, de beaucoup de temps pour faire ça.
mais tu
Pas
t'es
beaucoup de
inspiré
budget non plus.
Oui, d'accord. Non, prenons du recul, Mehdi. Je pense qu'il est intéressant c'est génial, en fait, dans un certain sens, d'utiliser ce type de développement, peut-être pour certains projets. Maintenant, est-ce que tu as vraiment posé la question à ton client, est-ce que c'est vraiment ce qu'il recherche? Est-ce que tu as
Non, mais généralement,
scopé?
on fait ça après.
Alors,
On développe et après, on rentre au client.
et si le client n'est pas justement emballé par tes différentes propositions, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Et tu vas redévelopper from scratch? Et donc, c'est du temps perdu.
Bah ouais, enfin là, je vais imaginer encore une autre idée magnifique dans la Power Apps, quoi.
Mhm.
Non, mais
Oui,
blague à part, enfin, en plus,
oui.
j'adore les couleurs, tu sais.
Alors, justement, c'est très bien,
Et,
bien sûr, d'adorer les couleurs, effectivement, mais
non, mais j'en mets plein
Mhm.
dans mes Power Apps. Et surtout, enfin, t'imagines, tu sais, enfin, dans Power Apps, tu peux en
Oui.
créer plein. Enfin, tu as une
Bien,
palette de couleurs
bien sûr,
magnifique.
mais je pense,
Et tu peux, enfin, tous les contrôles, enfin,
oui,
tu peux les modifier comme tu veux, quoi.
mais il faut qu'on parle sérieusement.
Ah.
On va parler sérieusement. Parce que finalement, effectivement, ces mythes du design, le design, c'est pas uniquement de l'esthétique, c'est pas uniquement des couleurs, et c'est pas uniquement des composants ou des solutions que tu utilises juste toi de manière individuelle. Donc, et c'est la raison aussi de notre session, la raison pour laquelle on parle de notre session, c'est justement cette notion de design thinking. Donc, il faut qu'on... C'est quoi?
quoi, du coup, en fait, le design thinking?
Tout simplement, c'est un état d'esprit. C'est un
Ok.
état d'esprit qui nous permet de nous mettre à la place de l'utilisateur et à remettre en question certaines hypothèses. On va prendre du recul sur certains sujets, on va bien définir les problèmes et surtout réfléchir sereinement et aussi en se posant donc les bonnes questions pour créer des solutions innovantes et qui vont être utilisées. Et c'est ça aussi l'objectif. Et si il y a quelque chose à retenir ici, c'est vraiment ce cœur, c'est l'empathie. On commence par ça.
Du coup, enfin, on pense à l'autre, quoi. Enfin, on pense à
Exact,
l'utilisateur, à celui
exactement.
qui va utiliser justement, enfin, cette application.
Tout à fait. On commence par ça, donc l'utilisateur au cœur justement de la transfo.
Mais j'avoue, enfin, qu'avant, enfin, je pensais à moi-même et à mon plaisir personnel, enfin, pour
Ça a
créer
changé,
des applications.
ça a changé rapidement. Très bien.
Et du coup, enfin, est-ce qu'il y a des principes, est-ce qu'il y a
Oui.
des choses, enfin, qui vont permettre en fait de guider, enfin, pour arriver à cet état d'esprit
Oui,
du high design?
oui, tout à fait. Et c'est justement les 5 principes, ou même les 5 étapes du design thinking, où on démarre toujours par cette notion d'empathie. Et là, concrètement, on répond à une question, c'est quoi le problème du client? Quels sont les challenges qu'il rencontre? Ça, on va le définir, le formaliser. Ensuite, la deuxième question, on va vraiment définir et prioriser justement ces sujets. On va répondre à la question pourquoi est-ce important? Troisième donc étape, là on est sur du français ancien, c'est idée. Donc voilà, on est en délire de session d'idéation. Et là, on va essayer de trouver des solutions, des réponses à cette problématique. Comment résoudre le problème du client? On commence à réfléchir à des idées. Pas de limite. On se met aucune barrière mentale. Et donc, à partir de là, une fois que c'est fait, donc on a ces 3 étapes vraiment clés et très, très importantes. Là, on passe à la partie prototypage. Quatrième, où on va dire comment on va créer la solution. On réfléchit justement à cette phase d'expérimentation. Et puis ensuite, donc 5, on teste. Est-ce que cette solution fonctionne? Et c'est là où on va parler de usability testing. Donc, on va pouvoir impliquer, bien sûr, de toute façon, notre client est impliqué de bout en bout et il faut faire une itération. C'est pour ça qu'il y a une loupe. Parce que même si on arrive à la partie test, il faut continuer et donc justement démarrer une autre itération.
Et faire des itérations, enfin, jusqu'à ce qu'on arrive en fait à.
Satisfaction de
Imaginons,
l'utilisateur.
enfin, maintenant, enfin, qu'on a fait la première étape, on a compris en fait la problématique, enfin, on a défini la priorité, enfin, on a idéé, j'arrive pas à le dire, mais on a fait des sessions en fait d'idéation, enfin, c'est plus simple. On arrive en fait à l'étape de prototypage.
Oui.
Comment on fait en fait ce prototypage?
Alors, le prototypage, c'est très simple à faire. Donc, en fait, tu prends, donc voilà, tu dessines en fait. Tu crées des croquis.
Mais écoute, enfin, je t'arrête tout de suite, je ne sais pas du tout dessiner. Alors là, c'est mon fils, il dessine mieux que moi.
Bah, demande-lui de dessiner.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Non, blague à part, tu peux bien sûr créer tes croquis. Ici, l'objectif, enfin, le prérequis, il y en a pas en fait. Tu n'as pas besoin d'être un artiste pour pouvoir donc dessiner des petits blocs. L'objectif, c'est de laisser libre cours à ta créativité, de pouvoir justement s'inspirer aussi de certains éléments, mais laisser libre cours à ton imagination et ta créativité. Donc là, tu utilises un whiteboard et bien sûr, l'idéal serait de faire ça, de réaliser ce type d'exercice ensemble avec les équipes projets, avec les personnes qui sont concernées justement par ce projet. Et donc, quelques concepts de base.
Bah, si
Tu
c'est
vois,
ça,
comme ça.
en fait, ça va, quoi.
Voilà.
Ça, j'arriverai.
C'est très bien, tu vois. Donc ici, l'objectif, c'est ou nos recommandations, c'est, lorsque vous créez votre prototype, c'est créer le maximum d'écrans, que ça soit, ça bien sûr, ça s'applique à la partie application, quel que soit le type d'application, hein, que ce soit des rapports BI ou encore des applications mobiles, côté Power Apps, avant bien sûr, de se lancer dans la partie technologique. Bien sûr, discuter avec le client, ça, ce serait idéal pour voir si les croquis correspondent à ses attentes. Et là, ce qui va être vraiment important donc à avoir en tête, c'est donc on va se concentrer plutôt sur la solution globale, pas sur les détails. On n'est pas à ce stade. Voilà, on va pas rentrer trop dans les détails de la logique. On va plutôt juste imaginer la solution globale.
Intéressant.
Donc voilà, cette partie prototypage.
Et du coup, enfin, je pense que tu nous as prévu, en fait,
Oui,
de nous montrer, enfin, quelques exemples, ce que j'appelle, en
exactement.
fait, des crimes de design.
Alors, on
Pour
va
être soft, tu vois.
Alors, on va justement en parler. Là, maintenant, effectivement, on va passer à la partie concrète et plutôt pour traduire justement technologiquement comment est-ce qu'on passe de processus, donc design thinking, vers le volet création de wireframe ou même création de la solution. Nos conseils et tips, effectivement, on vous propose un exercice. On va essayer de le faire rapidement, mais un exercice où tout le monde va participer. Et on va vous inviter à donc justement trouver avec nous des erreurs, ou trouver ce qui ne va pas sur certains rapports. Il y en a certains que vous avez sûrement vu passer dans certains rapports, applications. Donc, si
Sur
vous
le
avez
chat,
des
on vous invite
tips,
à nous
voilà, partagez vos.
partager quelques. Alors, enfin, sur le chat, enfin, on a les couleurs. Il y a quelques commentaires en fait qu'on va aborder. Ouais, il y a deux questions qu'on va peut-être aborder à la fin parce qu'elles sont très très intéressantes. On va aborder juste à la fin. Là, en fait, on parle de couleurs. Là, il y a un problème de couleur.
Les problèmes de
Effectivement.
couleur.
Il y a d'autres problèmes que vous
Ensuite.
voyez sur superposition.
Donc, encombrement, tout à fait.
Le logo est un fond. Alors, ça va très vite.
Très bien.
Visibilité, contraste, titre tronqué.
Bon, allez, on compte sur jusqu'à 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on révèle.
Yes.
Donc, la plupart,
Il y en a beaucoup.
voilà, il y en a beaucoup.
Bordure parfois.
Ouais, très bien. En fait, tout ce que vous avez remonté, c'est exactement ça. Donc, on a.
Superposition.
Exactement. Donc, il y a des notions, effectivement, voilà, le choix des couleurs, choix du visuel aussi, absence de contexte, titre descriptif, agencement non structuré, donc mauvais positionnement de l'image. Donc, il manque d'illisibilité de certains titres, informations plutôt voilà, excessives, donc choix de visuel inapproprié. Il y a des espaces blancs mais qui ne sont pas coordonnés et ça n'a pas de sens de les avoir, ou alors voilà, certains visuels n'ont pas. L'encombrement, ça a été mentionné. Format de texte hétérogène, donc on n'a pas une police homogène voilà, dans ce rapport. Effectivement, beaucoup de choses dans un seul.
Et d'ailleurs, en fait, ça me permet en fait de répondre quand même à un commentaire de Bertrand qui dit il ne faut pas oublier que l'ergonomie des interfaces est tout un métier. Effectivement, et c'est pas vraiment le but de cette session, d'aborder le métier, et on est conscient qu'on a besoin en fait de designers d'applications, et c'est un vrai métier. Mais quand on est en fait aujourd'hui, on est dans un contexte low code, no code, et il y a un minimum en fait de compétences à avoir justement pour éviter certaines problématiques. Mais effectivement, on est très d'accord avec toi, Bertrand.
Oui. C'est pour ça qu'on a insisté. On a insisté aussi. La session est faite pour les débutants, pour les personnes qui démarrent vraiment avec la partie design des applications, pour qu'ils puissent quand même avoir une première notion de ce que c'est qu'une interface et certaines pratiques, mais également de pouvoir commencer à créer, avoir des créations coordonnées, homogènes, qu'ils peuvent directement utiliser dans leur projet en mode self-service, en mode citizen developer. Donc, bien sûr, là, les designers professionnels, c'est tout un métier. Il y a même différentes typologies de métiers dans le design. UX designer, UX researcher, UI designer, etc. Donc, ça, c'est pas forcément on va pas, bien sûr,
L'idée, c'est de démocratiser en fait quelques notions.
quelques notions de base. On va pas rentrer dans les détails
Pas vraiment dans le détail.
du métier. Hein.
Ouais, tout à fait.
Ouais.
On est conscient qu'on a besoin en fait de vous,
Ouais.
designer.
Oh oui, oh oui. Ensuite, on continue l'exercice quand même. Donc, trouver l'erreur sur ce deuxième rapport. Alors là, déjà, Mehdi, on constate que c'est quand même une petite amélioration par rapport au premier rapport.
Moins d'informations, même si je vois que dans le pie chart en bas à droite.
On voit pas grand-chose, effectivement, c'est un mauvais choix de design.
Sur le chat, manque d'alignement.
Oui, très bien.
Qui dit mieux?
Qui dit mieux?
Titre pas visible, fond d'écran pas adapté.
Yes.
Lisibilité.
Parfait.
Illisibilité, voilà, merci.
Merci. C'est parfait. Nickel.
Mauvais choix de graphe. Mauvais choix de graphe.
Yes.
Ça, c'est un point qui est très important.
Oui.
En tout cas.
Et ça, c'est spécifiquement spécifiquement
pour
BI.
ouais.
Donc, ça, c'est
un vrai sujet.
C'est un vrai sujet. Il existe, donc effectivement, là, dans ce cas de figure, il y a eu des choix inappropriés de visuel. Mais vous avez tous raison. Donc, du coup, voilà, c'est génial. C'est parfait. C'est parfait. Donc, voilà, on passe à la suite. Hein, vous avez répondu.
Et pas d'exécutif summary.
Yes, absence de contexte. Tout à fait.
De contexte.
Je l'ai pas mis. C'est parfait.
Pas mal.
Allez, le prochain. Bon, là, j'ai ajouté qualité de la donnée, mais on va pas rentrer aujourd'hui. On va pas rentrer dans les notions de qualité de data quality. Voilà. Allez, troisième. Oui. Allez, trouver l'erreur. Bon, ça c'est vraiment une interface qu'on connaît.
J'adore. C'est pourquoi j'adore. Parce que en fait, dans Power Apps, tu crées en fait ton Power Apps. Tu cliques Next. Tu choisis ta source de données. Next. Et il te sort ça.
Oui.
C'est génial.
Oui, bien sûr, c'est génial. C'est génial pour démarrer. Maintenant, ce qui serait encore mieux, c'est justement d'optimiser peut-être le design, parce que on est sur du design qui est quand même un petit peu minimaliste. C'est simple, hein, c'est très bien. Après, est-ce qu'il y a eu des remarques aussi par rapport à certains...
Alors, flat, comme on dit? Je sais pas.
Flat?
Pas homogène d'un écran à l'autre.
Très bien. Il y a également la partie alignement au port
flat. Même titre.
Très bien.
Même titre partout.
Ouais.
S'applique bien au niveau du jeu de données. Le design flat, libellé pas visible.
Ouais. Ok. Très bien. Là, vous complétez ce qu'on...
Formulaire de détail trop minimaliste.
Yes. Trop d'espace blanc, c'est vrai qu'on dit que le négatif white space est bien, mais là, il y en a trop, surtout sur le forms en modification. L'écran au milieu donc l'écran qui est au milieu. Très bien, alors on va passer, merci beaucoup. Donc vous êtes assez réactifs. Là, un troisième, dernier exercice et après on passe à la suite. Dernier exercice, et là, bon, je vous en parlerai après, mais allez-y trouver l'heure.
J'adore. Dès que tu sais en fait des trucs techniques, moi j'adore. Parce que là,
Pourquoi?
en fait, on a une fonctionnalité dans Power Apps qui nous permet d'éliminer le fond gris de Power Apps.
Très bien, donc ça aussi. C'est tout ce que tu vois?
Non, je rigole.
Et peut-être d'autres personnes voient autre chose?
Là, en fait, il y a un commentaire, c'est quoi ces icônes? En fait, je les ai même pas vues au premier abord.
Oui, en fait, c'est déjà pour expliquer le cas d'usage, c'est un cas d'usage donc comment dire, qui est relatif au secteur de l'automobile. C'est surtout en rapport avec un standard donc de quality management. Donc, c'est pour ça, c'est SMQDCE. Effectivement, là, il n'y a pas de contexte.
Ouais.
Donc, vous l'avez bien compris. Les icônes, oui, tout à fait. Donc, il y a ces icônes-là. Donc, S, c'est pour sécurité. C'est pour
Ouais.
ça qu'il y a cette, voilà, comme ça.
Mm.
Et pareil pour les autres. Mais effectivement, là, le problème ou l'erreur, c'est que les icônes, donc les couleurs sont pas
Ouais, il y a des
forcément
couleurs qui ont été mentionnées,
homogènes. Est-ce
manque
que
d'informations pour comprendre le
c'est ça.
dashboard.
C'est ça. Donc, manque de contexte,
Mm.
absence de contexte, tout à fait.
Le logo pas au format PNG.
Mhm. Oui, ici, dans l'app, dans
Ouais,
l'application, tout à fait.
Ouais.
Et donc, voilà. Donc, et là, pour information, donc là, c'était un rapport que j'avais fait moi-même il y a quelques temps. Donc,
Mélange de langue FR
voilà.
et EN.
Exactement,
On avait-
c'est très bien. C'était ma première itération. Et il y avait voilà, des améliorations à faire. Et je préfère justement, donc étant passionnée par le design, il y a une des pratiques aussi, c'est de toujours être, donc accepter les feedbacks, toujours être ouvert aux feedbacks et aux améliorations. Et voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on peut s'améliorer. Donc merci beaucoup pour voilà, votre participation, votre réactivité. Maintenant, on passe à la suite et on garde bien au chaud vos questions pour, bien sûr, pour y répondre après, hein, s'il y a des questions. Hein.
Ouais.
Très bien. Donc maintenant, pour peut-être résumer tout ça,
Ok.
on va résumer un petit peu ce qu'on vient de voir, enfin ce qu'on vient de voir, mais surtout des recommandations. Donc on va parler justement des 12 commandements de l'UI design. Donc on a, voilà, donc on pense que ce sont les plus importants et bien sûr sur la base de certaines documentations hein, de professionnels. Et là, ce que je trouvais intéressant, c'est justement de regrouper ça déjà dans un premier temps pour tout type d'app, que ce soit pour Power BI ou Power Apps. On a un tronc commun en fait.
Ouais.
Voilà, un tronc commun qui consiste, ben voilà, là, il faut commencer à dessiner votre application. Là, on va dessiner le croquis, le fameux croquis. Donc, aussi une recommandation, un commandement, c'est simplifier la navigation, créer un agencement qui soit cohérent, ce qu'on appelle le layout, et ça, on va le voir hein, après. Donc là, je vais lister, mais aligner les éléments. Donc, il faudrait effectivement aller dans un degré de précision pour aligner justement les composants et les briques une à côté de l'autre. Utiliser le quadrillage. Donc, le quadrillage est très, très intéressant et on peut même, voilà, je vous montrerai plus tard. Décrire, bien sûr, le contexte. Vous l'avez bien compris et même, voilà, vous l'avez directement observé. Ce qui va être également important, c'est de savoir mettre en visibilité ce qui est important. Bien sûr, choisir le bon arrière-plan. À un moment donné, une coordination entre ce que vous voulez justement mettre en visibilité et que l'arrière-plan, il faut éviter que ça fasse du bruit par rapport aux data, aux données que vous voulez mettre en place, ou même au contrôle côté mobile. Rester consistant. Justement, sur le dernier on va dire, exemple qu'on a vu, il y avait un manque d'homogénéité entre l'application qui était intégrée à Power Apps et l'application Power Apps qui était intégrée à Power BI et le rapport en lui-même en termes de couleurs, en termes de thème. Et donc ça peut générer justement une perturbation inconsciente en fait au niveau par l'utilisateur. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai mis dans l'icône un mode zen. Donc on est en mode voilà, pour laisser justement donc l'utilisateur ou garder cette fluidité dans la navigation sans le perturber. Bien sûr, il y a un volet très important qui est le choix, choisir bien votre palette de couleurs avec soin. Donc en général, ce qui est recommandé, il ne faut pas dépasser, ce qui serait bien, c'est d'être dans une palette entre 3 et 5 couleurs. Bien sûr, 3 à 4, voilà, 4 maximum, c'est bien. Et puis, utiliser des espaces blancs, bien sûr, pour aérer votre application, votre rapport. Et enfin, choisir la bonne typographie. Donc, en général, on va recommander du sans serif versus du serif. Donc, juste pour rapidement par exemple, alors attendez, le sans serif, j'essaie de me rappeler justement donc un exemple de typographie. Tac, tac, tac. Plutôt du serif, du Times New Roman. Donc, en fait, il y a un certain empattement ou certain embellissement, en fait, qui existe justement sur voilà, exactement. Empattement sur les caractères. C'est une sorte d'embellissement ou d'arrondi qui existe au niveau des caractères. Et ça, historiquement, ça a été utilisé, bien sûr, dans les les impressions papier, dans les bouquins et autres. Et en fait, ce qu'on va prioriser, ce qu'on va plutôt utiliser ou recommander dans le cadre de solutions applications digitales, c'est plutôt du sans sérif. Donc typiquement, il y a le Helvetica, Sego UI. Donc voilà, il y en a plein d'autres. On va rester sur un typographique qui est minimaliste, pardon. Donc ça, c'est justement de ce commandement de l'UI design. Bien sûr, on ne va pas oublier, donc il existe en plus de ça, donc d'autres recommandations pour que ce soit au niveau de Power BI et même de Power Apps. Donc Power BI, on va bien sûr aussi recommander de définir le type de rapport souhaité selon l'audience des utilisateurs, donc voilà, du client. Donc un rapport quand on va proposer un exec sponsor n'est pas le même qu'une personne, un analyste ou un utilisateur dans les métiers opérationnels. On va raccourcir les chiffres, donc on va travailler le format justement des composants. Bien choisir, bien sûr, ces visuels, on l'a vu. C'est extrêmement important de pouvoir justement bien travailler ou réaliser ces différents choix. Optimiser la vue mobile si, bien sûr, on a besoin de réaliser cet usage ou le client a besoin d'utiliser cette vue optimisée pour mobile. Et puis, bien sûr, ne pas oublier les fonctionnalités de storytelling qui permettent de faciliter la navigation, que ce soit, bien sûr, en ajoutant des boutons navigation, des bookmarks, c'est-à-dire des signés avec des vues personnalisées à un instant T ou sur certaines actions, et des infobules aussi personnalisées, etc. Côté Power Apps, on a la partie création de menus réactifs. Vous pouvez également utiliser des onglets plutôt des contrôles en mode défilement. Bien sûr, donc là, on va arriver au choix des contrôles. Utiliser des composants. Ah, là, j'ai fait en 2 fois. Bref, réutiliser des composants, en fait, faire du reuse. C'est ça qui va être recommandé. Là, on va faire référence à ce qu'on appelle du design atomique. Donc, à un moment donné, vous avez créé des petits composants comme des boutons spécifiques, un menu de navigation qui pourra être réutilisé. Donc, on va pouvoir le sauvegarder en tant que composant et le mettre à disposition d'autres utilisateurs pour qu'ils puissent gagner du temps. Donc, ça, c'est un exemple d'atomic design. Donc voilà pour cette partie. Bon, je pense que j'ai fait. Donc on va passer maintenant à la partie méthodo, peut-être.
Ouais, parce que là, il me reste un petit quart d'heure.
Ok, très bien. Ben, on va passer à la partie concrète. Donc ma méthodo, cas d'usage BNB Retail. Je prends un exemple qu'on avait abordé au PPFS de l'année dernière. C'est le cas d'usage BNB Retail. En fait, on va imaginer cette société fictive qui est une société qui se spécialise dans la distribution de produits cosmétiques, mais également d'accessoires de mode ou d'accessoires en général. Et en fait, ils ont un certain parcours client où les clients vont avoir besoin de prendre rendez-vous en magasin. Et puis, ils ont donc des équipes commerciales qui, elles, ont besoin d'accueillir justement ces clients et de leur proposer un parcours personnalisé donc le jour J. Et puis enfin, bien sûr, il y a le directeur commercial, donc l'exec, qui a besoin au final d'analyser les performances de vente, de vérifier les stocks, etc. Donc, le client, on va imaginer ce cas d'usage, le client n'a pas encore mis en place justement ces solutions. Il a des solutions en fait plutôt sur papier, des solutions vieillissantes en fait pour réaliser ça. Et il souhaite moderniser justement cette approche-là. Et donc, il fait appel à moi pour pouvoir donc commencer à réfléchir justement à des solutions à proposer. Donc, une fois passées les étapes, donc avant de parler de méthode, une fois passées les étapes justement clés, je rappelle ces étapes-là de design thinking. Donc, je qualifie justement la problématique du client, je mets à sa place, je définis les objectifs du client, ses priorités, et bien sûr, après les sessions d'idéation, donc on commence à aussi faire participer le client à ces sessions-là. Et après, je vais passer à la partie prototypage. Et en fait, ce que je fais en général, je vais vous exposer en fait la to-do list, ma méthode donc rapidement. Je m'inspire. Je m'inspire. En fait, ça, c'est la première chose que je réalise, c'est que je vais sur certains sites où j'observe, c'est de l'observation. J'observe certains modèles, que ce soit de rapports ou d'applications mobiles, pour m'inspirer de certains composants. Donc, m'inspirer pour avoir une petite idée ou des idées de layout. Et ensuite, je dessine les croquis. En fait, moi, je fais le dessin après avoir vu et après m'être inspiré sur un tableau blanc. Je crée le layout et c'est là où on a un outil magique qui s'appelle PowerPoint. Donc, PowerPoint, c'est vraiment un outil qui vous permet de pouvoir gérer ces aspects de back-office, donc pouvoir réfléchir, même mettre sur justement une solution qui est simple à utiliser, donc un quadrillage, enfin tout ce qui est agencement et également tout ce qui est donc voilà, donc on va pouvoir y créer notre image de background. Mais avant ça, je vais trouver ma palette de couleurs en fonction du logo et de la charte graphique du client. Je crée un thème, je choisis le format de texte, taille et police. J'intègre les images en arrière-plan au niveau des applications et j'ajoute la logique et processus de navigation dans l'application. Donc, bien sûr, la liste est non exhaustive. Encore une fois, on est vraiment dans un mode débutant. Là, je démarre, je vous partage juste un premier niveau de ce que je réalise comme activité et méthodologie. Alors, maintenant, lorsque je parle d'inspiration, et c'est là où je pense que ça va être intéressant aussi, c'est en termes d'inspiration, je me base sur des sites comme Data Stories Gallery. Donc, on a notre communauté utilisateur justement qui partage un certain nombre de rapports qu'ils ont créés. Donc ici, ça me permet justement de m'inspirer. Donc, je vais pouvoir à travers donc voilà filtrer sur différents types ou catégories et je vais pouvoir justement donc voilà, parcourir ces différentes typologies de rapports pour avoir des premières idées. Donc ça, c'est côté Power BI. Bien sûr, il y a également des templates qui sont proposés aussi par Microsoft, des solutions comme le Return to Work, des templates qui pourraient aussi être très, très intéressants en termes de layout. Donc ça, c'est côté Power BI. Ensuite, sur le côté mobile, je vais sur des sites comme celui-ci, Inspired UI, où je vais pouvoir justement avoir une visibilité sur certains types justement d'applications et qui me donneraient des idées justement d'interface. Donc, une fois que je fais ça, eh bien, je passe à la partie whiteboard. Et là, Mehdi, quand je t'ai dit tout à l'heure qu'il ne faut pas être un artiste, c'est que tu n'as pas besoin d'être un artiste.
Non.
Moi, je ne le suis pas. Et j'assume. Donc là, j'utilise tout simplement le whiteboard, le tableau blanc de Windows pour pouvoir dessiner directement avec mon stylet donc, des croquis. Là, j'imagine.
C'est pas super bien dessiné, mais c'est super clair.
Merci, Mehdi. Merci.
Enfin, on sait ce qu'on va mettre en fait dans Power Apps ou dans Power BI.
Voilà, et surtout, voilà, c'est exactement ça.
L'étape que je zappe à chaque fois. Hein.
Donc donc il y a pas à avoir honte. Donc là, voilà, j'expose un petit peu donc voilà mes capacités, mes compétences de dessin. Mais ce n'est pas ça voilà. Au moins j'ai pu imaginer justement un certain nombre de layouts et puis je finis par imaginer donc voilà ce type de cadre pour les rapports. Donc un rapport Power BI pour le directeur commercial et puis pour l'agent commercial qui lui va prendre des rendez-vous. Ben j'ai fait des tentatives. Voilà, j'ai dessiné quelques croquis. J'ai même utilisé un papier crayon parce que j'avais toujours un papier crayon chez moi. Donc pour pouvoir dessiner tout ça. Donc une fois que c'est fait, ben maintenant on va passer.
C'est plus intéressant de le faire avec le client.
Exactement.
Avec l'utilisateur.
Avec l'utilisateur, c'est plus intéressant avec le ou les utilisateurs, effectivement, pour valider. Et ce qui est effectivement intéressant ici, important, c'est de pouvoir faire des itérations avant d'aller créer la maquette. Parce qu'à un moment donné, le travail sur la maquette, s'il y a beaucoup de modifications à réaliser, il faudra tout refaire ou refaire une grande majorité de ces modifs. Donc voilà. Sur cette partie-là, donc ensuite, moi sur le volet justement layout, j'utilise, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, en fait un outil très c'est PowerPoint. Donc PowerPoint, là, en fait, vous voyez ce fichier qui est un brouillon où je réalise un certain nombre de modifications. Vous voyez dans certains slides. Et donc ici, je crée justement donc un agencement. Je vais partir là-dessus et je vais faire attention justement donc à l'espacement entre les les différentes briques. Et ça justement, donc vous voyez, PowerPoint est extrêmement intéressant dans ce sens parce qu'il y a des notions de guide. Et vous voyez ici, lorsque voilà, là ça m'indique justement à droite avec les lignes rouges que j'ai le même espacement entre le haut et le bas. Je ne sais pas si vous voyez bien, mais voilà. Donc, une fois que j'ai passé cette partie layout, je vais justement réfléchir maintenant à la partie couleur. Maintenant, comment est-ce que je choisis les couleurs? Donc, déjà, partons du principe, donc le logo de BNB Retail, c'est celui-ci. Ce que je fais en général, c'est je vais donc là vous voyez des palettes de couleurs, mais j'avais déjà fait des tests. Où est-ce que je les ai eus? Où est-ce que je les ai choisis? En fait, j'utilise donc je vais sur un site qui est génial, que j'adore, qui s'appelle Color Wheel. C'est la roue des couleurs qui est proposée, c'est un site voilà, proposé par Adobe et qui est extrêmement génial parce que ça me permet justement de pouvoir donc, trouver des couleurs harmonieuses. Donc voilà, le type de couleur, ça peut être couleur analogique, voilà, donc monochromatique, plutôt complémentaire, etc. Et on va pouvoir choisir parmi celles-là. Et donc, ce qui va être également intéressant, donc ici, au-delà de ça, c'est la possibilité de pouvoir, et ça je vais l'aborder tout de suite, c'est la possibilité justement d'utiliser donc un assessment d'accessibilité en fait, pour être sûr que le contraste passe bien, pour être sûr que les couleurs que j'ai choisies vont pouvoir être utilisées par des personnes par exemple qui sont daltoniennes. Donc voilà, donc là par exemple prenons le code couleur, donc celui-ci qui est mon code couleur source, j'avais mis de côté sur un petit notepad et je vais le mettre ici. Hop. Là. Donc j'utilise ça, donc là en couleur de background je vais plutôt utiliser donc voilà une couleur comme ça ou alors une autre couleur, plutôt allez on va mettre du blanc et autres. Donc hop. Voilà, et donc là en bas, vous voyez si justement vous passez le test ou pas pour le checker contraste et vous avez ici des suggestions en fait voilà, de type de contraste et vous pouvez également ici donc passer le test aussi du colorblind safe. Voilà, vous avez également un simulateur donc voilà, qui permet de voir comment un utilisateur qui a donc voilà, ce type justement d'handicap, comment est-ce qu'il va voir les couleurs que vous proposez.
Là, on parle d'accessibilité, justement, qui est un
Oui.
sujet qu'on va traiter dans une session un petit peu plus, je sais pas, à 16 heures, je crois.
Très bien. Donc voilà, une fois que ça a été justement réalisé, donc je passe à la suite. Et ce que je vais faire, je vais justement ici utiliser les composants de PowerPoint. Et là, voilà, imaginons j'ai ajouté mes petits composants. Donc là, c'est vraiment la partie esthétique que j'ai préparée. Donc une fois que c'est fait, donc là j'ai utilisé aussi des notions de quadrillage, pardon, sur la partie review, c'est la partie grid lines qui me permettent d'être sûr du positionnement correct et homogène justement de mes composants. Donc une fois que c'est réalisé, je vais pouvoir sauvegarder justement voilà, cette image, cette slide-là en tant qu'image. Et côté Power BI, par exemple, là, je suis sur un reporting plutôt Power BI. Je vais pouvoir ici, sur la partie page background, tout simplement ajouter une image et puis ajouter justement ce background donc voilà, en back-office. Alors, je vais juste utiliser tac, c'était là. Voilà, donc là, hop, open. Et même ça, en fait, c'est une recommandation d'un point de vue performance, plutôt que d'ajouter des images et de créer votre template d'image directement dans Power BI. Il vaut mieux créer en une seule fois sur une image externe. Hop, et je vais enlever la transparence. Voilà. Alors ici, pareil, vous avez cette notion de grid lines que vous pouvez utiliser. Donc, et c'est surtout cette notion-là donc de grille qui permet de quadriller aussi donc la position justement des visuels. Donc par exemple, donc, dans ce rapport-là, donc j'avais déjà ajouté des petits visuels donc voilà ici. Et puis ça m'a permis de repositionner justement ces visuels. Je peux également donc utiliser des options comme Snap to Grid. Maintenant, en termes toujours de couleurs, ce qui va être intéressant, c'est de pouvoir utiliser des thèmes, donc des galeries. Donc ces thèmes-là, en fait, vous allez pouvoir les customiser. Et là, je vais vous donner aussi un autre tips. Donc pour pouvoir créer votre thème donc de manière customisée, il y a donc un site qui s'appelle Power BI Themes Generator. Donc Power BI Themes Generator, en fait, c'est proposé par sur le site powerbi.tips et ça va vous permettre justement donc de pouvoir directement créer votre fichier donc de thème. Donc ici, je vais pouvoir ajouter tous les codes couleurs dont j'ai besoin. Je peux même aller jusqu'à donc préciser donc les couleurs pour chaque type de visuel classique et dans Power BI. Et donc ensuite, vous allez pouvoir télécharger le thème. Donc, une fois que c'est fait, bon là je vais aller rapidement. Donc tac tac tac. Parce que bientôt. Donc voilà mon thème. Voilà, donc ça c'était pour Power BI. Maintenant pour la partie, mon rapport, en tout cas le rapport que je dois délivrer, j'ai également travaillé sur la base de ces différents concepts. Donc j'ai créé le reste des pages, donc, par exemple analyse des ventes, analyse des produits, et j'ai fait la même chose sur le volet mobile. Donc déjà sur le volet, on va dire plutôt donc Power BI, donc j'ai pu intégrer justement ces différentes modifications. J'ai pu intégrer mon thème et puis choisir mes visuels. Sur le volet, donc voilà, j'ai choisi ce thème plutôt dans ce thème du rose parce que bon, le rose c'est la couleur de. C'est quelle couleur, Mehdi? Ça signifie quoi?
Là, tu me poses une question. Parce que j'en ai plein hein, pour toi.
Ok, d'accord. Non, mais je voulais juste. Bon, la couleur rose, couleur de voilà de l'amour pur et véritable et de
Waouh,
conscient.
impressionnant.
Ah, c'est oui, rêvé quand même. Donc voilà, c'était juste pour vous montrer, faire une petite pause parce que j'ai trop parlé, mais. Donc voilà, donc là au moins sur la partie Power BI, donc j'ai commencé à créer, j'ai fait une première itération, donc une première version justement du rapport et je vais pouvoir exposer aux clients. Mais pareil côté Power Apps, donc en suivant les mêmes process, le même principe que tout à l'heure, j'ai créé un background spécifique au volet mobile qui me permet justement à un utilisateur d'un commercial de pouvoir accéder justement à l'application et avoir des contrôles donc à droite. Et donc, ça donne quoi côté Power Apps? Donc, en fait, sur le volet Power Apps, hop, je vais juste vous le montrer. Alors, je ne sais plus où est-ce que je l'ai mis. Non, je ne l'avais pas mis ici. Oh là là. Enfin bref, je pense qu'on va aller peut-être plus vite. C'est pas grave, je vais vous le montrer sur un screenshot. Mais en tout cas, voilà, l'objectif, c'était de pouvoir vous montrer dans un premier temps, donc justement, les concepts de base pour la création donc d'une interface ou des interfaces qui soient homogènes, en respectant un minimum on va dire, comment dire, de best practice. Bien sûr, là, sur l'application mobile, vous voyez directement qu'il y a un problème avec là, j'ai pas travaillé comment dire, les images en fond, les images des produits. Mais ça, concrètement, ce que je présente au client, je le dis clairement, c'est une première itération. Le travail n'est pas fini. J'ai encore besoin toujours de perfectionner justement ce que je propose. Donc, les recommandations, c'est toujours réaliser d'autres itérations, bien sûr, avec le client, mais surtout accepter les feedbacks. Parce que même lorsqu'on démarre, et ça peut être un travail de fourmi, justement, de pouvoir créer des applications donc de manière coordonnée. Ça peut. Donc voilà, c'est là où il faut donc voilà, être assez patient, pour accepter les feedbacks et pour justement continuer l'apprentissage. Parce que c'est un univers qui est quand même passionnant et on n'arrête jamais justement d'apprendre. Tout dépend aussi des besoins de nos clients. Donc, on va réajuster, affiner et surtout, munissez-vous de votre patience et votre humilité. Donc, voilà, maintenant, les ressources utiles pour se former, ressources archi-supra utiles, et je recommande fortement. Donc, il y en a beaucoup, mais la dernière, à date en tout cas, sur le volet Power BI, c'est justement ce Learning Path, ce parcours d'apprentissage qui a été créé récemment, ou publié récemment, qui est Design Effective Reports in Power BI, où vous avez tout ce qu'il vous faut pour aller vraiment très loin dans le design de rapport Power BI, comprendre depuis le début justement cette notion de design thinking, et ils l'abordent dans leur parcours. Et également, ce qui va être intéressant, c'est qu'ils mettent même à disposition en fait une sorte de case study et surtout donc voilà, ce type de rapport qui vous permet de vous guider en fait sur les processus de création de votre rapport. Donc ça peut être assez intéressant de pouvoir justement suivre ces parcours-là. Côté Power Apps, moi ce que je recommande, ce que je trouve très intéressant, c'est le blog de Mehdi El Yassir sur tout ce qui concerne les patterns du X. Donc ces blogs sont extrêmement intéressants. Ça permet aussi de mettre en évidence un certain nombre de composants que vous pouvez réutiliser, des best practices de design. Voilà, voilà en termes de ressources ce qu'on peut vous recommander. Et puis enfin, donc voilà, on vous a également mis à disposition donc la liste de ce qu'on vous a montré aujourd'hui. Bien sûr, voilà, le timing est serré, on ne pouvait pas aborder toutes les notions du design. Il y a encore beaucoup de choses à dire, et ce pour chacune des types d'applications. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions?
Il y en a plein.
Il y en a plein. Déjà, merci pour votre attention, et puis là, on va prendre les questions.
Ouais.
Pas trop simple, c'est l'autre session.
L'autre session.
Ouais.
Ouais, ça marche.
Ou sinon, enfin, on les prend
Non,
par écrit.
allez-y, mais.
Ouais.
Alors, enfin, par quoi je vais commencer? Existe-t-il un outil similaire de création de thèmes pour Power Apps?
Alors, c'est une très bonne question pour Power Apps. J'ai pas vu passer en fait de type de solution pour Power Apps. Après, on peut utiliser justement un principe de composants et du code HTML, mais après là, c'est plutôt du code en fait. Ouais, on va rentrer un petit peu dans le code si vous voulez créer une charte, comment dire, un thème spécial pour Power Apps. Mais on va se renseigner. Donc là, je mets un point d'interrogation, je prends un point. Parce que j'ai pas vu passer ça.
Est-ce que c'est possible d'avoir les présentations?
Oui.
Le fond d'écran de Power Apps est bien du PowerPoint.
Oui. Tout à fait. C'est le même principe. Oui,
Résultat.
c'est le même principe, effectivement. Comme je l'ai fait pour Power BI, sur Power Apps, en fait, j'ai été au niveau du screen. Donc, chaque screen. Bon, bref, j'ai été sur la partie background et c'est là où vous pouvez modifier justement l'image.
Alors, j'ai pas compris cette fois. Que faire avec l'avènement de l'IA et la conversationnelle AI, Power BI Insight, Bot, etc., PVA, sur Power Platform, comment l'intégrer intelligemment en complémentarité avec le reste? Ah oui, enfin oui, justement, enfin le fait d'avoir un PVA, l'intégrer enfin dans une Power App, c'est avoir en fait le même
look and feel.
look and feel.
Ouais, c'est
une
très bonne question. Effectivement, PVA, pour l'instant, on n'a pas le même degré on va dire, de design ou de customisation qu'on pourrait faire sur du Power BI ou sur du Power Apps Canvas, même modèle.
Le bug de qui ça, je sais pas.
Ok.
Je pense que vous n'avez pas abordé l'aspect UI flow entre les screens et interfaces possibles, la logique, navigation, etc. Enfin, des recommandations là-dessus.
Non, effectivement, en fait, la partie navigation, parce que, alors, il y a eu un choix, parce qu'on s'était dit, on va déjà aborder pour justement démarrer ces notions ou ces principes de préparation de l'UI de base. Si on commence à parler justement de la partie logique, donc il faut avoir une session spéciale Power BI et une session spéciale pour Power Apps. Mais ce qu'on va faire, c'est qu'on va vous transmettre des ressources complémentaires justement sur ces notions-là. Sachant que pour la partie Power BI, là, ce qu'on vous a, les dernières ressources de formation sont extrêmement intéressantes. Et allez-y sur MS Learn, vous aurez tout ce qu'il faut sur la partie best practice.
Alors, après, il y a une question enfin, qui n'a rien à voir avec
Mhm.
est-ce qu'il y a un connecteur auto Power Automate avec de UBuzz? Enfin, ça n'a absolument rien à voir avec ce qu'on a raconté. Existe-t-il un système de thèmes Power Apps à définir dans les environnements? Mais ils ne vont pas très loin dans le détail. Enfin, il existe, pardon, enfin,
Il
c'était pas une
existe.
question. Enfin, il existe un système de thèmes Power Apps
Oui.
à définir, mais ils ne vont pas
Ouais, c'est pas
très
comme le
loin dans
thème
le
de
détail.
generator, comme
Mm.
celui proposé par l'équipe Power BI Tips. Ouais, bon, on va se renseigner quand même sur peut-être dans la roadmap
Ouais,
s'il y a quelque chose.
ouais. En tout cas,
Très
enfin,
bien.
merci beaucoup. C'était très, très interactif.
Un grand merci.
Et un grand merci aussi enfin, à Sanaa, parce que j'ai appris énormément de choses.
On s'espère.
Voilà, enfin, je vais plus développer des Power Apps
Directement.
en commençant par make.powerapps.com. Merci beaucoup.
Fine. That's perfect. Well, I think it's just gone 2 o'clock. So are you okay for me to start?
Yeah, sure. You can go.
Thank you ever so much. Welcome, everyone, to the Power Platform French Summit 2021. My name is Chris Hoard, and I'm ever so happy to be here. I'm Partner Education Lead for Vusion here in the UK. I'm also an Office Apps and Services MVP, particularly known for Microsoft Teams. But over the past year, I've been getting increasingly involved in the Power Platform. And one of my areas of interest is security. I've done a lot of blogging on Dataverse for Teams apps over the course of this year. So I thought I'd put together a session on this in order to show you about the security for Dataverse for Teams apps. Now, before we get going, I just want to say a big thank you to all of the sponsors for this event. Without these sponsors, the events are hard to get off the ground. So thank you ever so much for supporting this, for being able to back the community activities. It's always really good to be able to do this where everyone can come together and enjoy the subjects that they love. And just look down this list. There's been so many sponsors backing this event. It's really is great that we're getting the backing for the best community in tech. So what to expect from this session today? I hope you've enjoyed everything so far. This session is going to be broken down into 3 parts. The first part, what are Dataverse for Teams apps? We need to understand what they are, and we need to understand their value. Why should we use them at all? Secondly, and we're going to be going into the demo in this section, is upon security strategies. So if I'm installing an app into Dataverse for Teams, what are the things that I can do to secure that within my organization? We're going to run through a number of different strategies that you can put in place today. Finally, we're going to sum it all up with some good to knows and some opportunities, and hopefully, okay, all of this is going to have an outcome, and that outcome is that you're going to be able to go away and identify methods with how to secure those apps which are installed into Dataverse for Teams. Now, in terms of a little bit more about this session, this is a level 300 advanced session. In other words, you're going to need to know about Teams, you're going to need to know about Power Apps, and you're going to need to know a little bit about security as well. So I'm not going to kind of go into the fundamentals of things. I'm going to go into the reads and get into the detail. Secondly, this session is going to focus security across the Microsoft 365 stack. So we're going to be talking about security for the app, security in Teams, and security in the wider Microsoft 365 ecosystem that can be applied to make sure our apps are secure. In terms of demo, it's going to be roughly 40 to 50%. I want to actually show where these things are and how we can light them up. And last but not least, I just always put on a caveat with my sessions. Microsoft Teams, Power Apps, whole Microsoft 365 platform is rapidly changing. We saw a lot of announcements at Microsoft Ignite a few weeks back, so things could look different in a few months' time. So I always say that this is valid up to 6 weeks generally, and hopefully as long as possible. So let's get into the session and first of all identify what Dataverse for Teams apps are. Now, I could go into a kind of 10-15 minutes about this and kind of all the intricacies. We want to try and keep this aspect as simple as possible. Dataverse for Teams apps are apps which are installed into a Dataverse for Teams environment. Now, these can be ones that Microsoft have provided. These can be ones that you have built yourself. For demonstration purposes today, we're going to concentrate on the ones that Microsoft have provided, what they call sample apps. And here you will see the names of some of the sample apps, and you may actually be familiar or you may have deployed them already yourselves in Dataverse for Teams. They are ones like employee ideas, inspection, bulletins, milestones. These sample apps started coming out around, I think it was about a year to 18 months ago. And the idea of these sample apps is that Microsoft will build the kind of the core of the application. You can install it into Dataverse for Teams and then start using them straight away to get immediate business value. Or what you can do is you can go on, build your functionality onto these sample apps, extend them so that they become essentially your own application. I've heard people also refer to sample apps as app templates. Now, where can we see these? Okay, if I literally click on the demo environment and get on the demo environment straight away, here you can see I am in Microsoft Teams. If I go into Power Apps and on the home page, you will be able to see the sample apps right here. Now, I can click on one to go to the App Store. Some of them go out to GitHub because they are not fully integrated with Teams at this moment in time. So we install these apps into Dataverse for Teams, and that asks the question, what is Dataverse for Teams? So Dataverse for Teams is a built-in low-code data platform that's specifically designed for Microsoft Teams. It's a light version of Dataverse, which I'm sure everyone here is all familiar with. It's not too dissimilar, but there are some differences between Dataverse for Teams and Dataverse. With Dataverse for Teams, you get a dedicated environment for each team within Microsoft Teams. So for example, going back into my environment, and I go to Teams, here you can see that I have two teams inside my, my Microsoft tenant, Modern Work and Microsoft 365 Fundamentals. If I started installing or building these apps within these teams, I would have an environment for each team. I would have two environments. So that's a big difference with Dataverse, because with Dataverse, we can have unlimited environments, whereas with Dataverse for Teams, we are limited to one environment per team. Now, you get 2 GB of storage for each environment. So the more data that we are using with our apps, chances are we are going to have to convert that to Dataverse. But the whole idea of Dataverse for Teams is that Microsoft wants us to be able to build our apps, build our bots, and have Dataverse right there within inside Microsoft Teams. And in that way, they are quick to deploy, quick to start using, and you can use them in an environment which is familiar with people. Now, when you go to build and start to want to extend or extend these sample apps, you can do so with Power App Studio right within Microsoft Teams. Again, the whole making process, okay, has been put in to Teams. So how do we install Dataverse for Teams apps? There are 2 main ways. Number one, we can go to the App Store. So going inside my environment in Teams, if I come down to the App Store here, and I go and I click on employee. So I'm going to pick out one of these sample apps. You can search for and you can install into a team from apps within Teams. A lot of these sample apps that Microsoft provided are integrated with the Teams App Store. Others, which are in preview, so if I go back, Profile Plus, Boards and Perspectives, they're not actually integrated with the Teams App Store yet. You can only get them from GitHub. Now, where do you go on GitHub in order to be able to get them? So if I click on my environment and I click on Power Apps, if I see the preview apps here, if I click on it, it's going to take me out to GitHub, where what I can do is if I click on the releases and then I click on the custom app.zip, that will download, and I will be able to then install that into the Teams admin center. So let me just get this. So here in the Teams admin center, I would take that zip, I would come to manage apps, and then what I would do is I would upload that zip into the Teams admin center. And I've already done this with one of the new apps. I've done this with Perspectives. So let me just Perspectives. There we go. And that's a custom app that I've uploaded from GitHub into my Teams environment. Now, moving on to that, okay, this then begs the question. These apps, these sample apps and the apps you build are very easy to install into your Teams environment. They're very easy, whether that's from the App Store, even if we have to go to GitHub, it's easy to take that zip and upload it into the Teams admin center. But are we really thinking about security first and foremost when we are doing this, when we are making these apps available to our users? Because here's some of the risk scenarios that are front of my mind when I'm doing this. Number one, if the apps are not controlled by anyone in the org can install them into a team. So if I've, not blocked that app specifically, that app is sitting in the App Store. What's to stop one of my users selecting that app, installing it into a team, and creating an environment that's linked to that team? The problem is, if my users are doing it themselves, they're probably not going to be thinking about security and the security measures that we can put in place. Secondly, what about people outside our organization? For example, guests inside our environment. Could they easily access that data in that app that has been installed into that team? Because people invite guests into team. That could be somebody that's outside that wants to get that data in that app, in Dataverse for Teams. How do we stop them from doing that? Last of all, it's about the app itself. So when you're building the app or using one of those sample apps, what other apps, what third-party apps outside the ecosystem is that app connecting to? Because if you've got somebody who's not acting in the business's organization, they could connect that app in Dataverse for Teams to a third-party app such as Dropbox and send the information outside. They could actually cause data leakage built into the app itself. So how do we actually stop this? So we need to kind of really think about security, and we really need to think that when we deploy these apps into Dataverse for Teams, when we use these sample apps such as employee ideas or perspectives or boards, how we can harden our security posture. Now, it's not a case that any one thing will work. We need to take what's called a defense in depth mentality. We need to go at a number of levels in order to secure those applications. So when I start thinking about this, I really kind of break it down into three parts. There are things that I can do within Teams that I can apply that can raise that security posture. These are things like app policies, team permissions, sensitivity labels. I'm going to show you how to do these. Next, it's not just about where we access that application from. It's about accessing Teams itself and the whole Microsoft 365. It's the front door. It's Azure AD. What can I put in place here to raise the security? Again, multi-factor authentication, conditional access security groups. We're going to see these. Last but not least, what security features within the app itself can I light up? Things like the inbuilt security settings, table permissions, or data loss prevention. We're going to show you these as well. So between these 9 things and these kind of 3 different aspects, this is defense in depth, because whether it's the app, whether it's Azure AD, or whether it's Teams, we can take a multi-pronged approach to security. Now, I don't say that you need to be able to put all of these in play, but one or two you might think, yes, that could really help in terms of increasing and hardening our security posture. So the first one, okay, we'll reach and we'll go in and we'll start looking at that first section is Teams. What can we do in Teams that can harden the security posture? And the first thing really when it comes to apps is the app permission policies. We can determine what apps they can install within our Teams environment. So if I come into my demo, you come to app permission policies, you have the global org-wide, the one that's applied by default to everyone, and then we have a custom policy. Now, what I've done inside the global org-wide default is that I've blocked specific apps and allowed others. My business in my Teams deployment, okay, only needs to use employee IDs. So I've installed that. I've gone ahead and installed that into my team. So I'm just it's gonna load up. This is the employees IDs application. This is the only app in my org that I want to use in Dataverse for Teams at this current time. So here you can see I've installed it. I've installed it into an environment that's linked to this modern work team. But I do not want anyone else in the organization installing those other Dataverse for Teams apps. I don't want them to install. Let's just go and have a look. I don't want them to install milestones. I don't want them to install inspections. I don't want them to install bulletins. So I've taken and blocked them so that they do not appear in the Microsoft Teams App Store. Okay, so we can do that straight away. We can just block applications that we have no intention of using and installing into environments. This stops users from being able to just click a button and create an environment in the Power Platform that's linked to a team. It stops them from deploying applications which they've probably put no security on. Now you'll see inside here, why have I blocked Power Apps, okay, for these users? Well, I'm just going to show you right now. I'm going to go back into, Microsoft Teams, and I'm going to come here to Power Apps, and I'm going to come here to Build. If I go to install apps, you can see I've installed employee IDs. And if I click see all, you're going to see that I've now got access to all the tables. In those tables are all the data from being able to use that app. Now, if people, okay, have access to Power Apps in Microsoft Teams, and I've installed this Dataverse for Teams app into a team, everyone who is a part of that team is going to be able to access Power Apps and be able to see the tables and the data inside that team. So using app permission policies really does two things. Number one, it stops users tampering with the app. It stops them having access to tables within that team. We do not want every member of our team having access to the tables and the table data within it. Number two, it stops users installing apps, these Dataverse for Teams apps, or building Dataverse for Teams apps inside of those teams if you do not want them. So app permissions policies is our first port of call. Secondly, we can use app setup policies to block side loading into our Teams environment. Now, what is side loading? In Microsoft Teams, okay, if you've got permissions in your policy, what you can do is you can actually side load applications, upload a custom app into the environment. We don't, necessarily want that to happen either. Only people who are working on building apps or working on extending apps do we want to be able to sideload into the environments. Well, we can block that off by simply going to the app setup policy, going to the policy within app setup, and ensuring that uploading custom apps is set to off. In that way, admins and the owners, who's installed the application has total control, and we're not going to have Dataverse for Teams apps springing up all over our environments. Next, okay, it's all about controlling how these apps can actually be surfaced within the team. And this really, and what we can do with that app. And this really comes down to two parts. First part is the role. So again, going back into my environment, here I am. I'm going to go to my team. This is the app of which I've installed it. I've installed it into the modern work team. If I click on the 3 buttons here and click on manage team, you can see that I own the team. I'm the one who installed the app in the team. I have full permissions over that application. However, I've also got 7 other people inside that environment as members and guests. Your role in a team, so if we think about Dataverse for Teams and the apps that we put inside it, what we can do with that app is dependent upon your role in the team. That's how Microsoft have simplified the permissions. Owners can do everything with the app. Members can do less. They do not have full control of that app. So we want to make sure when we're installing this app that the right people are in the right roles within the team. In other words, if I had 7 owners, that's 7 people that have full permissions to do anything with that application. We don't want that. We might only want 1 or 2. So we can change those owners back down into members. In addition, okay, we also have the app permissions itself, because by default in Teams, members can add apps, remove tabs. We don't want them to be able to do that. So when we install, okay, a Dataverse for Teams app inside our team, we want to make sure we come to the settings, okay, and we look at what guests and what members can actually do. What you can see here is that I have turned this off. I have stopped members of this team being able to add and remove apps, being able to upload custom apps, being able to remove tabs, because all I want to do is for my members in the team to be able to click this tab and be able to use the app. I do not want them to remove this tab. I do not want them to uninstall the app from the team. I want them just to be able to kind of interact with the app itself. So in addition to the permissions policies and the setup policies, having the permissions right in the team can also secure it. Thirdly, we have the ability, and this is a very unique case, to use sensitivity labels, because this is how we control guest access, or can control guest access on a team by team basis. We are installing that Dataverse for Teams app in a particular team, okay? So what we need to ensure is that if that has sensitive data inside that application, we do not want people outside of the organization being able to access it. The Dataverse for Teams sample app that I installed was employee ideas. That employee ideas could have a lot of our own IP, the ideas within inside our organization. We don't want people outside of the organization, or indeed competitors, being invited as guests inside that team so they can see what's going on in that app. So we would apply sensitivity labels to block guest access. Now, where is this? How do we actually set this up? Here we go. Here is in the compliance manager, and inside the compliance manager, we come to information protection. And what we do is we create a label and apply it. And that label is applied to an actual site, as opposed to being applied to a file or being applied to a message. Now, as you can see, this is taking a little bit long to load. It will load in a second. There's just a bit of latency today. But the proper process to go through in order to be able to enable this is that we need to enable Microsoft Information Protection labels via PowerShell, create the label policy in the Compliance Center, and then we sync to the Microsoft 365 groups in PowerShell. Once we've done that, when you create teams, or if you go to edit a team, you can set the sensitivity label, and inside that sensitivity label is our ability to be able to block guests coming in and using anything in that team. Guests simply won't be able to join. They'll be blocked. When you try to go and add a guest in a team, you will not be allowed to do so. Now, I created a label here specifically for this demonstration called the D4T. Okay, maybe it will load up. There we go. You can see that I've actually created it. And if I go to it, you can see that it's applied to a site and a unified group as applied to a file or an email. So we can use sensitivity labels to block guests and people outside our organization being allowed in that team. People simply will not be able to add guests. Sensitivity labels can also block devices which are unmanaged. In other words, you would have to enroll your device into Intune and it be compliant before you had access to that team. Your app is in that team. People will not be able to connect if it's not compliant. So we can keep people and bad guys out of that. And the bonus about this is that it can be applied on a team by team basis. Next, we've looked at what we can do in teams. We move on to identity. We have multi-factor authentication and conditional access. Now with multi-factor authentication, I come into the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, I go to my users, I go to active users, and then I click on multi-factor authentication. Very easy in order to be able to enable, and I think most organizations do this. We need to have a strong front door. That starts with multi-factor authentication. At a few clicks of a button, we can enable that for users. They can use it with Microsoft Authenticator. It stops 99.9% of front door attacks. So we're not saying specifically about the app. What we're saying is that we want a strong front door with Azure AD to even get in and access Teams. So we're actually putting some protection here on the front door in front of Teams. And for multi-factor authentication, something you know, something you have, something you are. With Microsoft 365 and the Authenticator app, you can even move to a passwordless posture. But maybe we want to even go beyond MFA. Maybe MFA is not enough. Maybe we think of our data as being really sensitive in Teams, including our Dataverse for Teams app. We can then bolster multi-factor authentication with conditional access. With conditional access, we can control what devices can access Teams. We can control where you can access Teams from. You only want somebody to access it in your office. You only want somebody to access it on specific devices. You can do this with conditional access. You can base it on users, risk, location, devices, or even an application such as Microsoft Teams. Now, how would we access that? We would access that again, okay, through the endpoint manager. We come into the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. I'm opening endpoint.microsoft.com. What we would then do is split devices, and then we will go down to conditional access. As you can see here, I've set up an example policy for Dataverse for Teams. So if I click on that, what I'm doing within this policy is including the app, which is Microsoft Teams. And what I'm saying is I'm going to grant access to this team, but I'm going to absolutely 100% require multi-factor authentication. So even if somebody is disabled and they try to access that team, it will enable MFA for them. And the device has to be compliant as well. So again, that device has to be enrolled into Intune, and it then has to pass the compliant prerequisites to be able to access the team and therefore access the app. Have a strong front door. Do not let them get into Teams easily. Finally, okay, security groups also play a part, because with Dataverse for Teams apps, you can enable what's called a broad distribution scenario. So what do I mean by that? It means that I can share the app with people outside of the team. So if I go back into Power Apps, okay, and then I go to Build, and then I go to Installed Apps, it's installed, but look on the right-hand side here, I can share with colleagues. And I can share with colleagues who are part of a security group. So inside the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, okay, we would go to Teams and Groups. We would then go to Active Teams and Groups, and then we would go to Security. And you can see here, I am setting who outside of my team can access that app by membership of the security group. So maybe you get 1 or 2 people that need to access that app outside of your team. You can control it by the security group. That way they can open it as a personal app on the left-hand rail of Teams. Moving past identity, so we're moving past Azure AD and we've moved past Teams. We last come to the app in itself. Now, sometimes these Dataverse for Teams apps can contain settings, inbuilt controls within the actual app itself. let's go back into the environment. I'm going to go back into Teams. I'm going to click on the app itself. So you can see that I've installed it as a personal app on the left-hand row. Okay. Now here, okay, I can go to the settings in the cog. And here are the inbuilt settings for employee ideas. Within the app itself, I can basically restrict the settings and the ability to add campaigns. So this is functionality and settings that you can lock down to just the team owners, not the team members. If you do not set this, every person, every member and owner of that team will be able to amend the app settings. We don't want to do that. We want to maintain control as teams owners and administrators of this application. So some apps that are installed into Dataverse for Teams have inbuilt controls. So make sure, familiar yourself with the app before you install it, because you may not realize that that settings will be there. And if we're looking at this from an insider risk perspective and a governance perspective, we only want to make sure that the right people have the right access with the inbuilt controls. Next, we have the table permissions in themselves. So this is the tables upon which the application is based. And these all have permissions. Each table that's within that app has permissions for a number of roles. So we can get really granular with permissions because those tables determine how you can actually interact with the app. If you can, for example, add a campaign or add an idea in that ideas app or add an item. So we need to understand those tables and understand the permissions. Where do we go to do that? So we go back inside Teams, we go back into Power Apps. Remember, we can control who has access to these tables through the actual through the Power Apps. We then go down to Installed Apps and we say See All, and there are the tables. So if I pull up these tables, okay, each one of these are a table. Each one of these determines what you can do in the app. So for example, we've got the ability, okay, within the employee ideas app. So sorry, I got booted then. I'm going to have to go back into it. So if I select build again and go to installed apps and then go to see all. So I go back to seeing the tables. Here's my table. All these tables determine what we can do in the app, and each one has permission set. So I'm just going to click on the buttons, right? I go down to the tables and I click on the button and you will see manage permissions. So this employee idea table determines if we're allowed to raise an idea in the employee's idea app. So I'm going to go to manage permissions. And you can see that owners have got full access. So those are the team's owners. Members have full access. Guests also have. And so, okay, has that security group that we've shared it with. We want to determine who can do what in the app. Now, owner can't be changed. They have full access. They can do anything. But with members, maybe we don't want them to be able to create new records. Maybe we want them to view only what team owners have put down. We can change their permissions from being full access to reference. With guests, if you absolutely need guests to go into that team, we can set guest permissions so they don't have any access to the app. We would have to do this. We would have to set permissions on all of the tables to none so that nothing actually renders in the app when they try to select it in the team. And again, if we have people outside of our team, so this is other people in our business, we might want them, right, to just reference, to be able to literally view what's going on in that app, or we may just give them the ability to add ideas in that app. But as you can see, the table permissions for each one of these groups, as it were, can determine what different groups, what different sets of members can actually do in the application itself. So we're getting real down into the granular. But what I'm, kind of this takes a little bit of playing around with. You know, when you deploy, you will need to look at what each of these tables do. And once you understand what they do, you can set the right permissions for the right users. This is all about crafting the right experience for all of these different types of sets of members. But at the same time, it's also about security, because you might not want people to be able to do certain things with that app. Finally, we have data loss prevention. And we don't do this in Teams. We don't do this in Azure AD or the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. We actually do this within the Power Platform admin. And this is all about controlling what other apps the Dataverse for Teams app can connect. You know, whether you the sample app or whether you build your own, chances are that that app connects to other apps within the Microsoft 365 ecosystem, or it could have connectors that try to connect to other apps outside of the Microsoft 365 system. Yet where this is a great functionality, it also brings risk. Because, for example, if you have a rogue developer within inside your organization and he connects your Dataverse for Teams app to, let's say, something like Dropbox or another third-party app, that could be a major data leak for your organization right there. The good thing is, as admins, we can go and block this, for example, in the actual environment itself, so that it won't work, it won't connect to that app, even if the developer defines it within the Dataverse for Teams application. So now I'm back, I'm in Power Platform Admin Center. I have my environments. So we click on environments at the top left-hand side. I'm going to click on my environment. And before I put the data policy in place, I explain whilst I'm doing this, because what you want to do is you want to be able to see what is inside that environment before you put the data loss prevention policy in place, because there could be multiple apps within or bots within inside this environment that needs to use certain connectors. But in terms to applying the data loss prevention policy, I'm going to select on data policies. You can see I haven't got one. I'm going to click on new policy. I'm going to call this, okay, my employee ideas policy, because that's the Dataverse for Teams application, the sample app that I'm using. I click next, and you can see, look, here are all the connectors. Now, there may be some here that I'm okay with if connections, but there could be others that I'm really not okay with. I might not want Salesforce, for example. I might not want Dropbox. In that case, what I can do, okay, is I can actually then just simply go up to the top and block them. So there's a block list of connectors that you put in play. You see, this is the real danger if people install Dataverse for Teams apps without your knowledge, because they can go in, they can add connectors to the apps, and then they can siphon it out outside your organization. They can configure it and push that data in there off to a competitor, to somebody who wants to sell that data, and then you could be infringing, for example, GDPR. So I'm setting the blocked applications so these connectors cannot be used. I move through the custom connectors. I then apply it to multiple environments. I click next. I then select my team, the environment in which I've got the app installed. I then add that to the policy. I click next. I review. I create that policy. In the space of 2 to 3 minutes, I've locked this down. This is awesome. Just some things to be mindful of. As said, this is configured within the Power Platform Admin Center. It's not within the Teams Admin Center or Microsoft 365. You can get there by going to admin.powerplatform.com. So just be mindful of the existing DLP policies. So for example, if you've got one that covers all your environments and you go to install one specifically for a specific environment, that's going to be overruled. And be mindful of existing DLP policies and what apps are already in there, because somebody could have a need for another connector for another app that they're using, which means is that you might actually have to uninstall the Dataverse for Teams app, create another team, and install it there so that you can partition the apps with their different policies. So you've seen throughout this talk, we had a number of risk scenarios before it. If the apps aren't controlled, anyone in the org can install them into a team. Well, from what I've just shown you, they actually can't anymore. We can use app permission policies in order to be able to stop that. We can use app setup policies in order to be able to stop that. We use settings within the team to be able to stop that. So people can't just go and install. Number two, what if somebody outside our organization could easily access data in the app? If we have strong security, a strong front door, a malicious actor isn't going to get in or shouldn't get into that environment if we have MFA, if we have conditional access. But even if they do get in, you know, if they're invited, if they're guests inside our environment, we can actually use sensitivity labels on Teams to block users. Unfortunately, Dataverse for Teams apps do not work at this moment in time or do not render with inside private channels. So we can't use that, but we can use sensitivity labels that if there is a Dataverse for Teams app within that, we can stop guests getting in. Also as well, when we dug into the table permissions, we can completely lock it down. So if guests do have to be invited into the environment, we can do that. Last, if the app can be connected to other apps, then the data in the app could be leaked. Well, we can block that in the Power Platform admin center too by putting in place a sensible DLP policy for the apps that we do not want to connect it to. So we can contain data leaks from the app itself. Good to know to finish off. If you want to see what apps, what Dataverse for Team, particularly the sample apps, what you can do is go to the app usage within the Microsoft Teams admin center. If I just click right now, you go down to usage reports. There we go. I've run off the app usage report and you can see that I'm using employee IDs inside that environment. Because if you've not applied these things today, you might think, well, you know, how can I actually see what apps are being used with inside Teams already and have been installed because I haven't put any app permission policies? You can use the app usage in Microsoft Teams. You can also have a look through your environments in the Power Platform Admin Center. So that's the first point to consider. The second, if you didn't know it already, you can install the COE starter kit inside of the Dataverse for Teams environment. Now, I've not explored this. This is how I'm going to be doing over the next couple of weeks and seeing if there is, you know, that all of that good governance, good stuff, you know, the ability to monitor the audit log can be used with those Dataverse for Teams apps. Because if so, that's just another tool in the toolkit for what we can use. Last but not least, you can cycle back to the beginning, upgrade to Dataverse. So you know, you're going to continue to use these apps in the Dataverse for Teams environment. It's got a 2 gig limit. The more and more data that you put in it, the closer you're going to be hitting that capacity, which means you're going to need to upgrade to Dataverse. But upgrading to Dataverse has some security benefits as well. The first is that you can manage your own encryption key, okay, which is great because then it means is that you can take the encryption key and put it, for example, into Azure Key Vault. The other is that you can have custom roles as well. By using Dataverse for Teams, the roles are simplified, but arguably we can't get enough granularity in them. What happens if one member of a team needs different permissions to another member of the team? You can't do that. You have to just group them into owners, members, guests, and people outside of the team. And sometimes that doesn't fit all the scenarios we want. Upgrading to Dataverse, we don't have to worry about that. We have a wealth of roles and we can do it on an individual basis. So returning to the outcome, what are Dataverse for Teams apps? Okay, they're apps that have either been provided by Microsoft or ones we build ourselves that can be installed into the Dataverse for Teams environments. Those environments are created when we install an app into Microsoft Teams. Remember, there's only one environment per team. It's 2 GB. And if we want to go beyond that, we have to extend it. If we're building, we can have end-to-end, use Power Apps, build it, deploy it into that Dataverse for Teams environment. Secondly, I've introduced, or I've showed you in the last kind of 40 minutes, a range of security strategies. This is a defense in depth approach. We're not just saying that one thing will work. We are going from the app level, the Teams level for where they access the app, and then the Azure AD level where they access Teams. We've got a defense in depth approach. using all of these together is going to make your app pretty secure. Last but not least, we had a look at the good to knows and the opportunities. Just 3 points, 3 things for us to think about, okay? The main one is, when we take that together, if you're not having this security today, go and audit it and see if those apps are being used, and if so, secure them. That's the kind of the first point of call. I want to make sure that all of the environments are secure. But hopefully you've come out of this identifying 1, 2, 3 methods which you can now do to harden your security posture for the apps that you put in Dataverse for Teams. This was a level 300 session. It had some advanced concepts. I hope you followed on. I hope that you got great value out of this session. This focus on security right across the whole stack, and I tried to keep it as demo-centric as possible. Like I said, things change, but hopefully, the concepts and the objects that we use will stay the same, at least for the next few years, so that you're familiar. I just want to say thank you ever so much. It's been a pleasure to be able to speak today. As said, my name is Chris Hoard. If you've never met me before, a partner education lead here at Vusion in the UK, Office Apps and Services MVP. I'm an MCT regional lead. You can contact me over email. My email is chris.hoard@vusion.cloud. You can reach out to me on Twitter. You can reach out on LinkedIn. Hopefully I'll see something later on social to say that you enjoyed the session. You can follow me on my blog at microsoft365pro.co.uk, where I've got a lot of walkthrough blogs on these Dataverse for Teams apps. So I've covered bulletins, I've covered perspectives, I've covered Profile Plus, and I'm sure in time I'll write a blog on all of this security. Next, you can catch me at Microsoft Reactor in London through mid-December. But if I don't catch you before then, have a great Christmas and a happy new year. And finally, to ask any questions for today. So thank you ever so much. Any questions? Any questions from the chat at all? All right. Okay. Well, if we haven't got any questions, then that only leaves me to say that I hope you have a great rest of the day with the rest of the sessions here, and I hope you've enjoyed the day. I hope this session has been a good part of that, and you felt like that you have got something from this session and that we've achieved our outcome. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Take care of yourselves.
Okay, hello everyone. I think it's about time. Thanks all for joining. Yeah, I can go, Patrick. Thank you. Thanks all for joining, and thanks for being here today and hanging in here on I think the second last session from today. Today I will tell you a little bit more about my session and Data Modeling 101, understanding the basics of a good data model. All this is related to Power BI. As we only have 45 minutes, let's get going. First of all, I want to thank all the sponsors of today for making this event possible, and especially as it is a hybrid event, both on location as well as a virtual event, which is perfect because I'm living in the Netherlands and I couldn't made it to Paris, unfortunately. Other than that, connect with all the social channels and all the user groups that made it possible to host this event. So let's get going. I will shortly introduce myself. My name is Mark. I'm working as a data and analytics consultant at Macaw in the Netherlands. Macaw is a Dutch Microsoft partner. We're doing everything Microsoft, and we implement it at our customers. I'm a frequent speaker at different user groups and conferences, and always everything about Power BI. And I tend to combine my two biggest hobbies, which is beer and Power BI, which leads to all the shirts and sweaters that you can see on the site. If you would like one, you can buy one on my website, data-mark.com. And that's also where I regularly blog about everything related to Microsoft's data and AI stack, but mostly Power BI, to admit. Also, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or Twitter, or drop me an email anytime. Having that said, let's dive into the first topic of today. After this session, you will be able to explain basic data modeling concepts in Power BI. You'll be able to create a basic dimensional model that works and performs well in Power BI. You just can decide when to use Power Query versus the data model and create calculated columns or measures, what it is and how to use them. And you know how to handle complex situations with inactive relationships and role-playing dimensions in Power BI. At this stage, if we're talking about Power BI, we roughly talk about 4 different steps. First, gathering data. Second, cleaning data. Then model the data. And finally, visualizing it. This session will mainly be focused on the modeling aspect. So we won't bother too much about gathering and cleaning, but we mainly focus on the modeling aspect of the data before we can start visualizing it. To explain some of the principles in data modeling, I will use some visualizations to show you where it can go wrong and how it works. So, basic data modeling concepts. Let's have a look at what data modeling exactly is. Looking at a Power BI data model, a Power BI data model is a collection of tables and relationships which enable business users to easily understand and explore their data to get business insights. This is what we can use as a term when we talk about data modeling. A good data model in Power BI is important for multiple reasons. One of the reasons is it improves your understandability of the data. You know what you're talking about, what you look at. It increases your performance, but dependent on processes and systems, and of course data sources. And it increases the resilience of change. So why do you need a good data model in Power BI? Well, it helps you to easily drag and drop your visuals together at a later stage. Reuse of components when expanding the data model, so you can reuse your dimensions, for example. And what exactly a dimension is, we will get there in a second. And it optimizes end user rendering performance for your end users looking at your Power BI reports. So what is a good data model? So far we know what a data model is, but what is a good data model? Well, a good data model in Power BI is a dimensional data model. And a dimensional consists of one or multiple fact tables, one or multiple relationships, and one or multiple dimensional tables that connect the fact table to the relationship to the dimension. As long as we know this, so we have to build a good dimensional data model in Power BI, but where to start? During today's session, I will walk you through this building your first data model, and we will use this as a starting point, a typical invoice from the fictive company AdventureWorks. AdventureWorks is a fictive company that sells everything, a lot of goods around the globe. Think about caps, think about shirts, bottles, whatever. And here on screen, you have a typical example of one of their invoices. If we look at an invoice, we see a lot of information, and this is our starting point, which we will use to start building our dimensional data model in Power BI to start analyzing all this data that is on these invoices. So if we have the invoice and we want to start measuring, for example, what is the total amount of money that we made? We start doing that by creating our first table. The first table that we want to look at is sales. And sales is the sales amount, the actual unit price. And that helps us to understand. We build a first column here. That's actually the sales amount that we get here from their invoice. That's the first column. We put that in a table, which is the table sales. Secondly, we also want to know how many items did we sell. So we also include the quantity, which is the second column that we introduce in the sales table. So our sales table now has 2 columns, the quantity and the sales amount. If we multiply this and sum this up, we get to the total sales amount, of course. Other important things that we want to know is everything that we can measure is what we call a fact table. A fact table, in this case our sales table, contains numerical information about business processes or items to be aggregated. Typical examples are a sales amount, cost, units sold, or any transactional information. Anything that you can aggregate to a higher level. Aggregations provide totals and averages, and Power BI in Power BI you implement this using measures. And a measure is what we will create in a second. Usefulness limited without context. So context is provided by the dimensions around these these fact tables. So let's have a look at how we can build these dimensions. In the same invoice, we have a lot more information. And for example, let's have a look at the product descriptions. We see a lot of descriptions here that describe something about the products that we sold. So here we see the names, for example, but also the information about the product ID, so the SKU. And that's what we put in a separate dimension. So we introduced a second table here, which is the product table, which introduced 2 columns, the SKU as well as the product. Of course, if you're from the Excel world, for example, you would have put this in the same table, more or less like you see on the invoice. In Power BI, we built this dimensional model, so we separate this. We have 2 tables so far, the product table and the sales table. We need this product table to set some context around the sales table. Sales only contains the measurements, but we have no clue what exactly it is. So this product table is includes descriptive information that defines how we should read and roll up the fact table. Typical examples of dimensional tables are date, month, customer, or geography, as well as product or payment type. Without a dimension, there's actually no context around the fact table. And actually, sometimes people also call dimension tables lookup tables. So let's say lookup tables on steroids. But these 2 tables are still separated, so we need to create a connection. In order to do that, we introduce the product SKU, so the unique ID of every product, also in the sales table, because we need to create a linking field between both. So we introduce the product in the sales table as well, where you can see that every sales line to which product is related. We only introduce the the product SKU here, so only the ID, not the full name. Other information that we might want to include that is related to our fact to this specific sales item is, for example, an invoice number, which is a unique identifier for this specific invoice, as well as the order date and maybe even the ship date. But let's start with order date and sales order ID, for example. So we introduce that as well in our sales table. So we are expanding our fact table here. In order to create a link between those 2 tables, and that's what we call our relationship, we can link the product table and the sales table together by this common field that we have, which is the SKU of the products that we sold. So we can link this together, and you see directly here that we create a relationship. How to do that, I will show you that in a second. Talking about relationships are connections between 2 tables using columns from each, usually between a fact and a dimension, or a dimension and a dimension table. Without relationships, there's simply no slicing and dicing in Power BI. You use the relationships in order to connect the tables, so if I click on a value in one table, it will filter down the results in the other table. In general, there are 3 kinds of relationships in Power BI, being one-to-many, one-to-one, or many-to-many. Let's have a close look at these 3 relationships and what it exactly is with an easy example. First, the one-to-one relationship. Every individual record in a dataset is mapped to an individual record in another dataset or table. So in an example here, we have customer information and another table with customer information, where the left-hand table includes the countries and the right-hand table includes the date of birth for this customer, for example. And based on this customer ID, we can easily create a connection between both, which is a one-to-one relationship. But with a one-to-one relationship, we can also talk about a join. You could have considered to join these tables together into one larger table. With a one-to-many relationship, there's actually one record in the left-hand table that relates to multiple records in the right table. This is typically what we do with a dimensional data model. We have a dimension, which is the one side of the relationship that relates to multiple sales orders and sales information in the right-hand table, as we have here. So every customer bought multiple products, for example. The many-to-many relationship is a data set that, are about 2 data sets that have multiple rows on each side of the relationship. So for example, we have multiple rows of information about a customer related to multiple sales orders they did. A typical example of many-to-many relationship is students and courses. Students in school follow many courses, and courses have many students. Try to avoid these situations. In most situations, you can split this up in multiple one-to-many relationships. Or use a bridge table to split in many-to-many relationship into one-to-many on each side of the bridge table. So let's go back to our data model. So far, we have introduced the sales table, we introduced the product table, we created a link between them. We also want to know about something about the customer. So here we also introduce another dimension about the customer, where we introduce everything about this customer, being where does this person live, so the city, the address, customer ID, everything that we know about them. Again, a separate table, which you can see here on the top. And again, we need to create a relationship. So also for this one, we create a relationship to the sales table. And in order to do that, we need to introduce a customer field here on the sales table as well. Next to that, there is one thing missing, and that is everything about our dates. So far, we introduced the order date in the fact table as well as the ship date, but those dates are only just a date. We only know in this example that it was the 6th of November in 2020. But we don't know which day of the week this was. We don't know which week number it was. We don't know which quarter. All this related information is what we introduce in our date dimension. You can easily create a date dimension yourself instead of let Power BI do this for you with the auto date time function. Be careful with the auto date time, as this might blow up your data model. It blows up your data model simply by an automatic creation of a date dimension for every date field you have in your data model. And by introducing your own, you can mark this as the one and only date table in your data model. So we introduce our own date table here and we link it to order date. As we also have the ship date, which is still empty on this invoice because this order is not shipped, we also link that to the very same date dimension that we already have in our model. And this is an interesting pattern. As Power BI only can handle one active relationship at a time, which is the solid line, as you can see here on screen, this one, the top one. It can only handle one active relationship at a time. And as a result, the second one will be a dotted line, which is an inactive relationship. An inactive relationship cannot automatically be used in Power BI without using a specific function in DAX, in the query language of Power BI. I'll tell you more about that in a second. This pattern is what we call role-playing dimensions. Depending on the active relationship, the dates dimension plays a different role. In other scenarios, I've seen people duplicating the date table to have a date table for a date dimension for ship date and a separate one for order date. Please avoid doing this, as this will also blow up your data model. Let's have a look at what a role-playing dimension is. Role-playing dimensions are actually the same dimensions being used for multiple relationships at the same time. The typical example is what I just explained to you with an order date and a ship date. In Power BI, one active relationship between two tables and any other relationship will be inactive, but you can activate them on the fly by leveraging the use relationship function in DAX. The auto date time, as I mentioned, creates a date table for every date or time field in your data set, but potentially blows up your data model. So it might be worth to introduce your own date dimension and avoid this scenario. So let's jump into the first demo of today, and I will show you how to handle role-playing dimensions. Here I open Power BI Desktop with a data set which is the same as we have used so far to explain you how to set up our data model. As you can see here, we have one active relationship from date to order date, as well as an inactive relationship from date to ship date. Imagine that I now want to calculate how many orders are shipped in a week and how many orders are placed in a week. In order to do that, I actually need to leverage both fields that I have here and actually leverage both relationships at the same time. This might be challenging. Let's just start with creating a bar chart, and in here I want to have the week numbers. So on the axis I put my date hierarchy here, which contains year, quarter, month, week number, and day of week. I already created a measure here, which is a simple distinct count of the sales order ID. When I drop this in, it will create for me a bar chart that shows the number of orders in total in the year 2020. Let me just drill down to, for example, the week level, as we explained before. So now I just visualize everything over the active relationship. By default, Power BI is leveraging the active relationship. So what I currently see on the screen is the orders placed in a specific week. So it will leverage this relationship from order date to the date dimension. My date hierarchy that I used is what I got here from my date dimension. So that is all the related context that I have in my date table. In order to visualize in the very same visual how many orders are shipped in that same week, I actually want to use the ship date. But I want to do a simple count of orders based on the ship date. So let me just create a new measure here and explain you how you can use the use relationship functionality in DAX. So orders shipped. First we give it a name. And in this case I just call it order ship demo. And then we will use the calculate function. With calculate we can add another context to a measure. As we already have a measure for the number of orders, which is just doing a count, leverage this same one and we just take this one, the number of orders, but we want to activate this inactive relationship. So with use relationship, specify the relationship we want to activate, because maybe you have multiple inactive relationships. In order to do that, we do ship dates, and we also call out the date. This is our inactive relationship that we want to activate right now. So let me see what is happening when I create this new measure and also add this to the very same visualization. As you can see right now, it shows me two bars. And the left-hand bar, the light blue one, is showing me the total orders in a given week. And the right one, the total orders shipped in a given week. What might be of your interest is that you see a blank category here. And this blank shows me actually that this amount of orders, which is 2, cannot relate to any date. Let's have a look at our table and see what's happening. This is our table, and let me just zoom that in a little bit. In this table, we see the number of orders, or this is our order table that it includes all our orders that we have. As you can see, for 2 of the orders, there is no ship date. This field is empty. This is basically because those orders are not shipped yet. And this results in this blank category in our visualization. So that is the blank category that we see here. So we activate a relationship from an empty field to the date dimension, which results in this blank category. Of course, you can filter it out by leveraging the filter pane and avoid showing blank categories. So this is how you can activate an inactive relationship on the fly using the use relationship function in DAX. So far, we created a lot of our first data model already. And this data model looks like we see on the screen. The final model so far is having one fact table, the sales table in the middle, and 3-dimensional tables being product, date, and customer. All these tables are related and setting context to the sales metrics we have in the middle. But please note that this is a simplified but imperfect data model. For example, that keys should always be numeric instead of a string, and this is what we call a surrogate key. I'm not going to explain everything about surrogate keys, but if you have an integer as a key, which is a generated key in a data warehouse, this is what we call a surrogate key. Also, sales order should be separated, should be a separate dimension, since the fact table is on sales order line and not on sales order. So every line of data in our sales order table is actually an individual product. So we could have introduced a separate dimension, only including the sales order as well as the sales order related information and not the order lines. This is what we call a dimensional data model and a star schema. But what other types of data models are there? In general, there are 4 types of data models. Well, at least that's what we talk about. First is the flat table that we all know and love from Excel, where all attributes of model exist in a single table, mostly seen in spreadsheets such as Excel, but it's highly inefficient. A model has extra copies of data, as every row you store the same information over and over again. For example, you keep repeating that sales order ID. So this results in a slow performance when you try to analyze this. Size of a flat table can grow quickly and blow up your data model as it becomes complex. Secondly, we have a normalized form of data, and that is no data duplication. This is mostly seen for ERP or CRM systems, and it's stored in a row-based database. It's highly efficient for transactional systems, so it will help a lot for systems like ERP and CRM systems, but with high volumes and small complexity, the query with ease, it's easy to query them, but hard to use for analysis. Typically, normalized data models don't have any fixed relationships and create relationships on the fly based on the application purpose. The most common data models for analysis are the star and snowflake schema. These two are, as I just explained, the star schema is what we just created, and these two are very related to each other. A star schema doesn't have any data duplication. It is used in data warehouses, data marts, and any other analytical systems. Sometimes it's stored in a column-based database, often with in-memory technology, as with Power BI with the Vertspec engine, and it's highly efficient for analytical systems. Handles low volume, high complexity, and queries at ease, with a fact table in the middle and surrounded by dimensions that set a context about this fact table, and it is called star schema because it more or less looks like a star. The snowflake schema has many similarities. It's very similar to the star schema, but there's one difference. With the snowflake schema, you can have multiple dimensions related to other dimensions. As you can see, a typical example could be that you have a product category related to a product dimension. The major differences between these data models, and some of them I already mentioned them, the flat table it has a low performance for analytics, but it also has a very low development effort. So it's very easy to create, but don't expect much from it. Query volume is low, but also low complexity. It's very easy to set up and easy to read. It's not a database, and the compression is also very low because you keep duplicating this data. Normalized data, performance for analytics is medium. It is doable, but not very efficient. Development effort is very high. It's very complex to build. So the query volume and complexity are high volume, but low complexity. And it's intended for CRM, ERP, or that type of applications, and it's based on a row compression. Looking at star and snowflake schema, they both have a very high performance on analytics. The development effort is also high, as I just explained. You need to model everything out in facts and dimensions. The query volume is a low volume, but a high complexity and very easy to use once your data model is set up correctly. It's intended for analytical systems and data warehouses, and it compresses on column base instead of the others that compress on row base. The considerations for data modeling in Power BI and a few things that you should keep in mind are related to where do you do your data cleansing. Typically, you want to do your data cleansing all in one place. And ideally, you do this in a data platform or in database views. Finally, you can also do this in the data transformation editor of Power BI, in the transform data section, the query editor, where you use Power Query. But please keep in mind to do them all in one place. Also, please enrich your data with measured and calculated columns if you like, where you define your metrics, where you can roll up and aggregate all the data that you want to analyze by, for example, calculating the total sales. This uses two different types of calculations, being a calculated column and a measure. Let me explain you both of them and look at the differences. In order to create a calculated column, you're using a single DAX formula. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expression. You select the New Column button in the Modeling tab on the top ribbon, and it is useful for slicing and dicing and filtering new values. For example, in here you see a DAX formula, and on the bottom you can also recognize the icon of a calculated column. It saves this result in the data model, so the data model, it contains the actual information, and it evaluates while the data model is refreshing or reprocessing, and not while executing the query. So it is fast available on your screen, but in order to create it and render it, it takes a lot of memory consumption. So a calculated column consumes memory and increases your model size, so it might blow up your model size as well, and it evaluates per row. A measure, on the other hand, can also be created with a DAX formula from the top ribbon, but a measure aggregates a column. So it takes, for example, a sum, an average, a min, a max, or any type of average from a column. It evaluates while executing the query. So if you display it on the screen, at that moment it's executed, and it will cost you CPU power instead of memory. So it is executed on the fly. It as always has one answer. So if you compare these two, you can see that the persistence for a calculated column is a definition and result saved in the data model, where the measure is the definition saved in the data model, but the result is calculated while a visual is created, so on the fly. Usage for a calculated column can be used for slicers, filters, rows and columns, where measures can only be used as a value in a visual or a visual level filter. In both cases, you can use DAX, the data analysis expression, as a language to create them, while you can also create a column in Power Query, for example. The scope of a calculated column is a single row, where in a measure it's a set of rows as you evaluate over rows instead of over columns. The calculation happens on data refresh with a calculated column, where a measure happens on demand while you create it. And the effect with a calculated column is that you potentially blow up your data model, and with a measure it increases report performance and compared to a calculated column. On the right hand side you see an example where you can see that the measure evaluates from top to bottom on the sales amount row, and the calculated column is the blue highlighted one, which evaluates a single row from left to right. There's also another pattern, which we call quick measures. And quick measures helps you to write these DAX formulas here easily in an interface without the need to create them yourself. Many quick measures already help you to create it easily from the editor, and you don't need to write any line of DAX code yourself. Just drag and drop them and you will create your first measures. I wanted to show you quickly how you can create your own measures easily, and therefore we use the same data model. For example, when we go to our customer table, let me do that right here. So here we have the customer table, and let me zoom in a little bit. In the customer table, we see that we have a lot of information about our customers. And these customers, we also know their date of birth. And with their date of birth, we could potentially create how old a new column and calculate how old they are comparing to today. So here on the top, I can create a new column. And while doing that, let me zoom in the query line again. I can do, for example, the age in years, and then I can create a new column in DAX. And in order to do this, I need to use a function called dateDiff, because I want to calculate the difference in date from day one is, in this case, the date of birth. That's when is this customer born, and I want to calculate the difference to today, and this function automatically returns your system date. And the interval will be, in this case, I want to calculate it in years. And by doing this, I can easily create this column, and this is what we can do with a calculated column. It has an individual result for every row. So as you can see, our top customer is 38 years old, and the second one is 31 years old. The third line has no answer because we also have no date of birth. This is a typical example of a calculated column. Let's also have a look at, for example, a measure. And let me move that a little bit to the side and create a new page here. And also in the top ribbon here, I can click on a button, New Measure. And with a new measure, I get the same experience. And with the same, I could, for example, take the average sales amount. My personal best practice is to always start first with what it is, in this case dollars, and sales amount, and then we take an average of it. And I can just start typing average and then sales amount. And this creates a metric that's calculated on the fly in the given context. So it has always one answer. So the average sales amount has one answer at this moment. And when I, for example, split this by country, by customer country, it has one answer per country. So that's why we say a measure always has one answer. This is the typical interface that you will use to create measures and calculated columns. Here you also find the button to create a quick measure, which is also available here in the top ribbon, the quick measure button with a lightning icon, which will show you the interface where you can just drag and drop the type of calculation that you would like. For example, the average per category, etc., or apply filters, or do some time intelligence like a year to date or a quarter to date. So let's move back to the slides. There are a few rules to live by if you start building your data model and start using DAX. That complexity definitely goes down and your performance goes up. These two are always related. Is your DAX really complex? Then you probably have to go back to your data model and see if you can improve something there. A simple DAX is a sign of a good data model. So if your DAX is as simple as just taking a sum or an average or anything like that, most likely you have built a very good data model as it is a star schema or a snowflake schema. Here are some key takeaways that I want to share with you. Do all the data transformations as close to the data source as possible. In Power BI, use the transform data option if you want to do it in Power Query. Otherwise, you can decide to do it in as close to the source as possible in database views or in a data platform if you have. Always use a star schema or a snowflake schema to get the best out of Power BI. This will simply perform the best, and you will benefit from it by easy slicing and dicing on your screen with different visuals. Consider the auto-date time versus creating your own date dimension. If you create your own date dimension, mark it as date table, and Power BI will stop creating automatically generated date time functions. And please use role-playing dimensions instead of adding the same dimension multiple times. The most common one is a date dimension where people tend to duplicate the date dimension for an order date as well for a ship date, etc. You can do this, but this will definitely blow up your data model. Please do not do this and start using role-playing dimensions as I've explained in the beginning. There's a bunch of resources that I want to share with you. There's a learning path on Microsoft to model your data in Power BI, and this is free of use, and you can start using that directly. Also, there's a learning path for DAX. If you want to learn more about DAX, for example, the functions, use relationship that I showed you, or just a simple calculation with average, sum, min, max, etc. Please also have a look at the documentation and some guidance about auto-date time, whether to use it, what it's exactly doing, and also the dangers of it. Have a look at the quick measure gallery where you'll learn more about all the quick measures that are available, and then specifically also the use relationship measure where I point you to the documentation about this. If you want to start playing around with the data yourself and you're looking for a data set, the data set that I used is called the AdventureWorks 2020 demo, which is a free of download available on GitHub. So go to this link and you can get it there. Also, if you want to review all the content that I've showed you or continue building on this, this presentation was part of a webinar series that I recorded together with Jeroen de Heert, also known as Jay. He's a program manager at Microsoft and responsible for the data modeling experiences in Power BI. Together, we recorded a series of webinars, starting with Data Modeling 101, the one I explained to you today, but we have 2 more. The second one, Mastering Data Modeling and Learn Advanced Data Modeling in Power BI. That's also available to watch on demand if you go to the link below. And third one, Data Modeling for Experts with Power BI, also available on the link below. You can easily go there, register, and you can watch it anytime you want. With that, I want to thank you for your attention and thank you for your attendance today to this session. Please, if there are any questions, let me know. I'm more than happy to answer them. So please speak up or drop them in the chat. Both are fine. I see we have one question from Ahmed, and he's asking, can we duplicate the date table and use it for a second ship date relationship? What will be the best practice for a better performance? This is exactly where the user relationship DEX function comes in, and we start talking about role-playing dimensions. Avoid duplicating your data dimension and start creating multiple relationships from the fact table to the same dimensional table, where you can only have one active relationship at a time. All others will be inactive, but you can activate them on the fly by using use relationship as a DEX expression. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mark, for the great session.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I think we have like 7-8 more minutes.
Yeah, maybe we have a question from Ahmed. Do you see the chat?
Yeah, I think it's the one that I just answered.
Yeah, okay. That's great.
Of course, if there are any other questions from others, please drop them in the chat. I'm more than happy to answer them.
Yeah.
If there are no other questions, then I think I will just give you back some of your time. So you can extend your break a little bit and jump to the next session.
Yeah, I will launch the sponsor advertising. So
cool.
Thank you very much.